we're audio live or video live. Hello, dreamers. Sorry for the delay. There are technical issues. You might notice one, which is that only my beautiful face is presently on display. It's because OBS Ninja could not handle my splendor.
I mean, OBS Ninja could handle you fine. It couldn't handle me.
No, but it was handling you fine. It was just you were banished to the Shadow Realm. You were in the voyeur zone. You were the peeping Tom.
Aside from Shin, who apparently
is
the voyeurist of voyeurs who was voyeuring the voyeur.
Shin was like, I see not present in the call people, and we were like, now here, Shin, you're not seeing ghosts again. Just take your medicine.
No. As I said before, it's Dr. Mechanic privileges. I get to hear everything.
Dr.
Amazing.
I mean, aren't we all like spies in a way? Shouldn't we all be hearing everything?
Yeah, but Shin's like scary.
Hey, White Lioness girl.
Not even his character, just Shin as a person. Terrifying. Everyone. I wish we could show Shin's camera right now, like zoom in on it, because we have the face of fear.
And fear itself.
Indeed. So it is now, dreamers. We come back to join our party aboard the Scorpio, or as is truly known, the Ceres, as they prepare to close in on the plot that has thickened like a nice porridge pot. So, where would you say that you are? Are you in the cargo hold discussing your plan here, knowing that Vrajaduruin is out there somewhere engaged in shenanigans, or are you guys going to be on like the bridge or something?
I imagine we're probably like the hangout, or like the kitchen for the chairs and such.
I mean, is active piloting required? Because that would answer that question.
No.
Orbit's pretty much short
You're in very casual orbit.
Okay, cool. We're casual.
Nonchalant.
Playing it cool. Sorry, tossing the shield in a variety of places.
So, Bindi pipes up. Not my own narration. It's great.
Yeah. So, Finley
pipes up. An excited expression on his face. We should get a drone.
Wait, what?
Don't we have drones?
I don't think we have drones.
I don't think we have drones equipped on this ship.
That's a good point.
To the document.
Yeah, I'm trying to pull up the document too.
I had it open earlier, but I had to restart my computer earlier, and it didn't do anything. So that was a real good use of my time.
The drones came up on the other ship that ambushed us. Unless we're talking about different drones.
They had sensor decoys.
No, we have remote turrets. That's what I was thinking.
That doesn't count. I don't care about that. We need to get a drone. Maybe we should reach out to our friend in naval intelligence. Maybe it can hook us up.
I think we should also perhaps consider trying to arrange an invitation for us to tour the island. After all,
we do have an anti-material rifle, though.
There are plenty of things we don't know about what's going on there.
The question is, what sort of invitation do we want? Do we want a formal invitation to tour, or do we want a invitation to come repair a conduit as a work crew?
Perhaps we do a little bit of both. Maybe some of us could be news reporters.
Hello, we're a work crew here to tour the island and repair a conduit.
Oliver's like starts going into his bag and starts pulling out a bunch of tools. I'm like, yep, I like this plan.
There are parts of the island that a repair person could access that a reporter or someone covering the nature reserve might not be able to get into, and vice versa.
You could definitely drop Finley.
I suspect they probably have an in-house repair crew. Now that I think about it,
probably true.
Yeah.
So you are aware that the terraforming facility at the heart of the Highlands Nature Reserve is, technically speaking, shut down and only used for like storage and deployment of some things. They do probably have maintenance crews that regularly work there. but you don't know that every kind of maintenance technician in existence is like kept on staff there.
We need something specialized. Does anyone know how to calibrate a sample flange?
Oh,
What's he now?
A sample flange.
That sounds very specific. Probably.
I admire your confidence. Also, why did I choose a nasal voice for this character? It's not pleasant.
Emily says, rattle dab deeply.
How about this voice? That's much better.
I concur.
All right. So we should do a thing.
You should do a thing.
Yes. Well, we should probably.
It's decided then. Let's do a thing.
A thing. Now that's very descriptive. Why, thank you, Finlay.
Have we reached out to our contact yet to deliver? We did that last week, right? We got our got the beams delivered out.
Indeed. It looks like your memory is fading, my good friend.
I was.
That was
high.
literally 5 minutes ago.
I was high. I feel
think
like I don't
Lou
have
is
to explain
here
this to you more than
most of
once.
the time.
I've
Yeah,
had a
she's
lot
very
of the
fair.
time.
It's actually good for operational security. You see, if she can't remember anything, no one can get out of her.
Exactly.
That's very true.
That's why I'm the brains of this operation.
You're certainly the something.
I'm certainly something.
It's a
All right.
compliment.
Well,
I
we need
swear.
to. Yeah, we need to see if we can't arrange ourselves some sort of tour. I would suggest we masquerade as reporters or something. That seems like the most realistic
Ah, yes.
way by which we could get some degree of lenience.
Now, do you have any recording equipment to be a reporter?
I mean, we can
Oh.
requisition that shit.
Oh yes, I have a lot. And you know, I kind of
mean-
grab my e-girl shit.
I can imagine you run a freaking like space Twitch stream out of a spy ship. Where you're like, "Hey, space babes, we're here on another top secret mission. Want to see my boobs?"
God.
But in all seriousness, I'm pretty sure we could requisition most of that through our
Yeah.
contacts if we really need to, and or just buy it at a store with money.
Sure.
And I believe this plan might actually work pretty well because I feel like we could easily fall into. We could have Colger. Sorry, I was zoomed out and forgot how his name was spelled.
It's pronounced cowgirl.
It's Cowgirl. We have Cowgirl be the cameraman.
Colger.
Lots of room and stable mounting there. Zivka, while probably could pull off a reporter or an anchor of some sort, I have a feeling is better suited as like a microphone operator.
So what you're saying
And
is
either
the
you or I, Blue East, should be the reporter and director.
or director.
Yeah, you look like a directory type, so perhaps I'll fit the bill of the reporter.
How good are you at talking?
Well, I can talk to people in a sultry voice, which doesn't have.
Perfect.
too many
You're
pauses.
hired. Alright, we're gonna need to go through a quick audition process. I have a black leather couch in the room.
Wait a second.
Well, I suppose
No, but
that's.
in all seriousness, I think it's a pretty good cover, assuming we can get our friend in Naval Intelligence to get the clearances worked out.
So what you're telling me though, is that I probably can't carry on my laser rifle.
Well, I mean,
Well,
reporters do get a lot of boxes
Uh-huh.
towed along with them. But also, this is a reconnaissance mission, I think. more than
So
anything
I want
else.
to have a gun.
Blue, you've been on enough missions with us, and the reconnaissance often ends up with some aggressive negotiations and cleaning blood off our clothes.
This is
Remember, you don't
this is
negotiate with terrorists. You just kill them.
ill-advised.
I mean, we don't know they're terrorists yet. If we knew they were terrorists, we could just call in an airstrike.
We just call them terrorists when you kill them. That way, nobody asks questions.
But
I
we don't
have
have
some
proof yet, and
questions.
unfortunately, your backwards society here in the Trinity requires stuff like proof and due process for these sorts of things. In Rash society, we would just bust in, sprinkle a little bit of drugs on them, and then call it a day.
Indeed.
Yeah, that seems
The
really
Trinity
bad.
does, record these things and would not just let you blow people up without a due process. So you got to go in there, you got to get some evidence. And you got to be, kind of held accountable to anybody you happen to shoot dead.
Yes.
Evidence,
you're
our
operating
greatest
within
enemy.
the law.
Evidence, they had a gun in their hand.
Oh boy, this is
They were coming right
very
for me.
ethically questionable.
Ooby dooby dubious.
All right. It sounds to me like we have a pretty solid plan, though. We should call our friend in naval intelligence. His name is.
Indeed. You do,
Indeed. What a nice
you
name.
call up Officer Dvorak, and, he
Like the freaking
says,
Star Wars species? My god.
also a keyboard, also a Russian.
Russians, they don't exist.
Anyway,
One of those.
he says, yes, we're still waiting another 20 or so hours on those lab results. Oh, you want some press credentials? Yeah, we could
Yes.
probably whip those up, but there is one slight problem, being that there's presently as many teams as there's going to be assigned to cover the current event at the nature preserve. So we're going to have to concoct a new excuse to get you in there.
Do they need a dancer troupe or perhaps caterers?
Well, as long as you could attempt to fabricate a cover which explains the reason for your approach on the terraforming facility, which is presently not being filmed by any of the crews there.
Well, perhaps we could cover, frankly,
Free catering.
what about the I mean, obviously
We could do a
were
documentary.
responsible
We could
for-
be a documentary film crew
Or we could be
on
inspectors.
the history, ecological history of this planet, of Styre Steeple.
Ooh,
Yeah.
wait, that's brilliant. Wait, we could be a documentary
story.
crew documenting the Druine family and their terraforming efforts on the planet and how they've improved lives.
We're an
Appeal to
indie
man's
documentary
narcissism.
crew.
Or to appeal to their narcissism.
Well, I mean, I feel like we would need to reach out to them first to get that cleared.
Yes.
And given that they're probably into some shady shit right now, I imagine they're going to be like, yeah, we'd love to have a fluff piece written about us after we're done with our evil plan.
Either that or they use it as a way to get away with it. So people will stop looking at them.
I mean, I think our idea is good, but I think we're probably much more likely to get away with the ecological documentary, and I'm calling it the Styre Entire.
That's
You
an
can also
awesome-
come in as an inspection, make sure everything's up to code. They're not
We do have
doing
two
anything
people that look
dangerous.
like they are code monkeys.
Inspectors get attention, lots of attention.
Yeah, but it'll
Log
let us
in.
in.
They'll let us in, but they'll follow us around the entire time and pay very close attention to what we're paying close attention to.
Yeah, have you ever seen an inspector go to your workplace before? Everybody
Yeah,
follows them.
it's like when I was an inspector in a Rast sushi restaurant. Whenever I went in the kitchen, suddenly everyone ran.
Yeah, they go and make sure all the fire extinguishers are visible and that nothing's blocking the exits.
And they wipe
follow
the,
you around.
the excrement off the work surfaces.
Yeah.
Devorah, what is
This
your
not orderly?
what is your opinion on all this?
Well, I'm not here to second guess crack officers such as yourselves, but I would say
not a crack.
How do you knew
that
that blue was hot?
I'd say
Okay.
whatever
Let's see that.
your cover is, you're probably going to want it to be something that's going to give you the most amount of access with the least amount of scrutiny.
Mm-hmm.
Alternatively, you could do it the old-fashioned way, but if you get found trespassing, that could escalate quicker if you don't have a plausible excuse.
Mother maintenance technicians.
Probably do want to go with the maintenance technician cover in that case.
I think I look
Something
good in
of
a
the sort.
maintenance outfit.
All right.
Well, that is a possibility. We could get you scheduled. However, the Druin family does take responsibility for the maintenance of the site, and it is technically speaking not a government emplacement with active infrastructure use. So we're going to need to concoct a reason that you're going out to inspect it, and then set up a timetable on your arrival. It will be
Fishy.
unusual.
I don't like that.
Yeah.
Are there any scheduled repairs that they have outside teams coming in for that we could potentially waylay and replace?
Let me just
I'd ask the same of a reporter crew, honestly, at this point.
That's a good point.
Is there anybody
What
we
if we
can
just shut
hitch a
down the
ride
news
with?
van?
Hey, whoa. We're not allowed to shoot
I
people.
mean-
You said I can't shoot people.
Not so loud while
So,
we're talking to the person, our contact here.
So we're going to need guys, I put several of these corners in wrong. He's like, yes, that could work. It will be a limited time entrance, and there will be the fact that you're gonna maybe tip some people off, but we could potentially shuffle around one of the maintenance crews and put them under a temporary gag order and throw you in their place. But it's only going to be a matter of time before somebody realizes that something's gone wrong.
We talking minutes? We talking hours?
You talking days?
You-
How long
probably
does that
got
extend
about
if we actually
a-
fix things?
Yeah, even then, you're not the people they were expecting. So I would say maximum 10 hours.
All right, we can work with that.
Be enough.
All right. And he pulls it up and he says, well, it looks like there is a news crew that is going to do a tour of one section of the tower that has been redone in a Threnvia style.
Oh, I'd love
Oh.
And they're going inside. They're going to be there 20 hours from now. And there is a maintenance crew headed out 30 hours from now. If you wait for the maintenance crew, you'll already have the results of the test. If you go in place of the reporting team, we might not have the information back before you go. Who's to say what, if anything, would be determined about the struts by that science ship in that time, but we won't have the data back for you either way.
That's a good point. Well, group, do we wait? Or do we strike while the iron's hot?
I don't suspect there's anything manifestly revelatory about the struts. To me, it's more about which one of the covers will be most effective. Presumably, the Doreen family does not know what the camera crew is going to look like. So if we go in as them, it'll be seamless, so to speak.
Not necessarily. They might have already made contact with them.
Well, so part of this is going to be, and like, your contact can't do it all for you, but part of it's going to be manufacturing, and oh, sorry, we're sending you, like, a new group, the other one got waylaid, blah, 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 and then, you know, someone's going to actually, like, you know, pull them over and be like, hey, so, sorry, but there's a bit of a traffic incident, we're going to have to hold you here for a while and not let you go there. And then, like, it's eventually going to come out what happened, but, you know.
I mean, eventually, that's when we're done.
So either way,
So-
we're going to have to tell somebody they're not getting what they wanted.
So,
It's either
in my
going to be
mind,
the reporter crew or the maintenance crew.
it really comes down to, do we want the sort of access being a reporter is going to give us, which presumably involve a bit more watchfulness over our activities,
Yeah, we'll be
but
watched.
also maybe going closer to more interesting sites, versus maintenance, which would get us into other sorts of places, probably less scrutiny, but a stricter timetable.
I think the maintenance might allow us
I also
more
agree with maintenance.
invasive
We have 2 votes for maintenance. How do you feel, Blue?
Well, I think I'm verging towards reporter, but caution does say that we should probably learn as much about the struts as possible before going in. So, maintenance, I think it is.
All right, I was more or less on the fence, but since we're more or less unanimously on maintenance, I think we'll be a maintenance crew. I will go find the tightest jumpsuit.
You're
Also, worst case
extremely
scenario.
small. You might just fit in my leg.
I mean, who am I kidding? Rats don't wear jumpsuits while doing maintenance.
Yeah, isn't
Worst
that what
case
your hard
scenario.
hat's for?
We wear like a vest with lots of pockets and a hard hat.
I was gonna say, do you
Worst
no
scenario,
pants.
part of us
Weird.
could be like out maintaining and fixing things, and a few select people could go and do the old-fashioned way.
Mhm.
I mean, one thing I think might be a worthwhile idea is presumably we'll affect this approach in the dinky shuttle, the unimpressive
Oh,
one.
for sure, for sure.
Boy.
If we could, in the 20 hours we have, fabricate a secondary exit, like a secret panel on the floor or something, that we could get through outside other than the main exit out the back. When it's our time to leave, because we're on there a relatively short timetable, we might be able to program the ship to return here while we sneak out of it. It flies away, they think we're gone, and we're on the island without their knowledge.
I can work on that. The program, I mean.
Make sure it doesn't leak.
Okay.
I'm talking memory leaks. Make sure there are no memory leaks. We don't want any of those.
Yeah,
I can work
totally
on
understand.
the hatch.
Make sure there are no leaks. I'm talking atmospheric leaks. We don't want any of those.
Well,
And Zhivka, don't
What?
tell anyone about this plan. I don't want any leaks. No information leaks. I don't want any of those.
What?
Finley, go to the bathroom. You don't want
Are
to pee
you-
the seats. You don't want any
Are you-
leaks. You don't want any of those.
Are you speaking in a third person to yourself? Are you okay?
I'm fine.
Yeah.
It's fine. I go to the espresso machine. I pour myself a drink.
I kind of finish up with what was it? Devira?
Dvorak?
Dvorak? Yeah. I say, Dvorak, thank you very much for your time. Sorry about the indecision on our part. We're gonna go with the maintenance crew. If you could let us know what we have to do in order to execute the plan, or if we are needed in the
You should
waylaying.
be able to pick up
et cetera, et
the
cetera.
maintenance outfits. No, just go there, probably take a koi, and we'll take care of the codes and such. But it'll be too risky to directly contact me while you're out there, so
Perfect.
my part of this plan is going to have to end there unless you go loud.
You
Also,
will
get us
try
a
very hard
drone.
not to.
And what?
A drone, good sir.
And he's like, "Oh, you mean like
What sort?
like a civilian drone? Like which one?"
That's
Kind
an
of
excellent
drone.
question. I'm looking at the list right now.
God.
Which one feels most appropriate in this situation?
We have like fucking so many drones.
We don't have any
Exactly.
drones.
What
Yeah,
function do you
don't
need?
have any.
I mean, so on one hand, a quadcopter, the basic but civilian one, would be very inconspicuous. We could bring it along and say we use it for maintenance work, say it's scaling stuff or whatever.
You
It
can
would.
literally buy one too.
That's fair, but like we're probably not going to go back to the planet until that, so it seems a bit waste. I mean, we might as well get delivered. Is all I'm saying. On the other hand, I mean, a quadcopter or a wraith is the only ones that make sense, and a quadcopter probably is less conspicuous unless we want to try to sneak a
Far
wraith
less.
in and then sneakily use a wraith.
These are usually bad news bears. I would go with a quadcopter. Perhaps equip an arm to it.
Quick and armed.
Something to grab things with.
So Finley, do you queue up an order for a quadcopter?
Yeah.
All right. A ship-to-ship exchange is made. unsurprisingly in orbit, and exchange presumably of goods and supplies. In it comes a little quadcopter buddy. Bzzz.
If there's none on the
Yeah.
ship, can I also request a plasma torch to do the
Yeah, you already
said
have some.
panel work?
You've already
Okay.
got them. Yeah.
All right. Now, what
right.
do the uniforms look like, Lee? I need to paint me a picture with words.
Okay. Imagine like the drab, beige, barely green kind of uniform of a janitor, and it's got like a circular patch, and that circular patch is. Oh shit! Hold on. I didn't mean to rename this Finley's quadcopter. I meant to fucking. Aye.
Where is this patch?
On the shoulder.
Interesting.
And it's like a little Trinity logo.
So we're like the Ghostbusters.
Yeah. Except I'm about to bust some people. Oh my God.
Busting does make me feel good, as Blue East witnessed last session.
Good.
Yes, I suppose I did. I was a little high, but I do remember that.
When you busted your head almost open.
I mean, I busted the fucking thruster off that shuttle, that's for sure.
No. You couldn't hold
Busting
it.
makes me feel good.
Bustin'. The best version of that song where he just says bustin'.
Busting.
So
Isn't that a Lemon Demon version?
the group convenes, and you receive your maintenance outfits. These maintenance outfits do take the form of the armor known as a maintenance rig over your, regular clothes. If you want to, you can rock a Trinity standard spacesuit below that.
I think I do. Seems to be my style.
I probably wouldn't bother, although I might rock like a generic, like, white collar worker uniform underneath the maintenance uniform. If that makes any sense, in the way that one could presumably remove the jumpsuit and look like a generic, PA or office worker or whatever else would be common on this sort of installation. I don't know.
That's actually a good point. I might also try to.
There's
do
not
something
supposed to be
along that
any
line.
common workers at this installation as it is supposed to operate.
Well, that's
there
installation
should-
on the island, I guess, but also as a RAST, I imagine I would stick out somewhat of a threat supremacist operation.
It's
but yeah.
already a little strange that there's as much of a presence on the nature preserve as there is.
Okay.
So
I
what's
mean, I'm
supposed
still
to
gonna
be
wear
there is-
nothing under my jumpsuit.
Amazing.
That's the play.
Big play.
Because we don't have any. This isn't Ada, so we don't have any items with like the sexy quality.
Indeed.
Oh my God. I do not want to deal with a sexy rast. I need you to calm down.
You're too late. You've been dealing with me all night.
What a sound! Can we clip
I
that?
guess there is
That's,
a glamour quality. But
that's kind of like the bull trip mating call.
that's how you get Boltrop in the mood, just frustrated.
Call out to
We're
him.
Billy.
Why you gotta call me out like that?
Oh my gosh. Anyway, so the group is gathered together. You have the fucking uniforms. You have the fucking excuse. You have the fucking quadcopter. What do you say and do other than just depart? And you wait 30 hours for the time to come, yeah?
Alright, they said 20 hours, but yeah.
Oh, wait, hold on, wait.
No, it was 30.
Yeah, so
No, maintenance was 30.
It was 20 for the reporters. So you're going after you've gotten the info back.
results. And for the reporters.
No.
Okay, whatever. It doesn't matter.
You have about 10
An
hours.
amount of time passes,
Oh,
and
during that time,
most
I would,
importantly, Finley turns to Colger, and he looks Colger in the eyes, and he says, "I believe in you. We can do this."
Why
He
is
then-
that most important?
He then puts he climbs up like a stool or something, puts his hand on Zivka's shoulder, and says, "Don't shoot anyone. I believe you. You can do this. He then climbs up on like a even taller stool, probably. I don't know. Humans taller than Thran? Doesn't matter. Puts his hand on Blue East's shoulder and says, "Listen, don't fuck this up.
I'll give it my best.
I believe in you. You can do this. You showed remarkable perseverance in not fucking things up so far. Keep it up.
This is a very ominous pep talk.
Don't worry, I'm just foreshadowing. Lee has let me know he's going to kill one of our characters tonight, and I want everyone to be ready for that."
Amazing. Yeah, I somehow don't remember doing that.
Well, you said do some foreshadowing stuff, so that's more interesting for everyone, but don't tell them. Oh, fuck.
So anyway,
Kolger's response to you would be just like blinking in one eye only, trying to wink, but not really successfully doing it.
It's kind of creepy and terrifying.
Amazing.
Perfect. Finley has endeared himself to the rest of the crew. They will now save him when he inevitably gets shot once and dies.
I don't know about that.
so you guys pile into the quarry, and as it's happening, you get a little and Dvorak says, "We have the information back. It's strange, but I think I know where the struts are coming. Or I don't know anything about the struts, but we have information about them." Here's the data packet. I don't know anything about infrastructure. Hopefully you can make sense of it. And by this time...
I'm sorry, wait, can you restart this?
Dvorak says, "I have the packet, here it fucking is," and then you get a little bleep on your slates. You have information now.
Yeah.
Is it
What?
like a handout?
Hold on, wait. How? So you used 30 hours to attempt to create an additional hatch onto the shuttle.
Yeah, if possible. If
Yeah,
not,
we talked
if
about
I don't
this.
think I can finish it, then I won't start it.
If you have 30 hours, I just didn't realize you did. Roll me a maintenance check, but that happens before you get this information.
Okay.
I would say you can benefit from torches and also from dual wielding torches, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I just imagine he's sitting there like a freaking Jedi with two lightsabers and spinning in a circle while holding two torches. The kind of circular patch.
Basically.
First roll, hey, 2 success.
Is he getting further away?
Yes. We sometimes
but
gets further away.
Where
Wait,
is this
what do
information?
you mean further away?
Max sounded really far away for a second. Don't worry about it.
Oh, I was
Right.
doing a spinning thing.
Alright, so... Kolger,
That's
you
very
managed to get a hatch on. You have an extra twist. You could make the twist to make it look very concealed, or to make it more safe.
Kolger would definitely go for more safe.
Alright, so you have a
Good boy, Kolger.
somewhat obvious additional hatch to enter exit the shuttle, all things considered, but maybe somebody would notice it if they weren't inspecting the Greeble. And
And it's on the bottom, so like if we're parked, no one's gonna see that.
you've received an extensive report, and the main note attached is these struts definitely shouldn't be used. Roll me a systems to understand the data.
Oh,
I
why?
will. I'm going to guess it's because they're designed to fail. Much like the U.S. economy.
Hey,
Planned obsolescence. That's
like
a new
my
one.
like my printers.
Exactly. Unless you spend more than $100, in which case your printer might be alright.
You know what?
lie
I
to
just
me.
realized I'm not in the roll 20.
That way.
No, I noticed it a while ago.
Alright, we have 2. I rolled 2.
Alright, you succeed. You get an extra twist. You figure this out faster. Yeah. So they have been made such that anything less than a full lab examination would not reveal this, but they have been at like an incredibly like small level, as if though by something that works at that level, been made with a break in them, and more or less the way that pressure is going to act on them over time, decades ahead of time, they are going to fail along a more or less pre-planned fault line.
As I suspected.
Because there's just
So-
tiny burrowed holes at the atomic level throughout these structures.
in order to recap, the Daruna family has created these struts and or modified these struts. Darun, there's no
Druid.
or that. It is a word. It starts with a D and is of the letters. They have modified these struts such that they will fail because much of the traditional Thran territorial holdings are underwater due to the areas that are now seawalled. They either, for purely selfish reasons, masquerading as randish reasons,
I hate you, Lee.
want their land, or for legitimately Thran pride reasons, they think this planet should return to its original rod-forming design.
Well, that actually sounds surprisingly accurate.
Well, what can I say? Sometimes I'm not dumb.
Sometimes, and only sometimes.
I mean, I can't be not dumb all the time. That would make life far too easy for the rest of you. And I'm under explicit instructions from Mother to make the rest of you earn your fucking keep.
That's not usually how Mother operates.
Well, someone who I was calling Mother told me to do that.
Okay, that's weird.
All I remember was a dark room and lots of weird noises.
I suppose you didn't say explicitly which mother was beforehand, and I did just kind of jump to the assumption that it was Mother of Sia.
I mean, it wasn't my childhood mother, I can say that much.
Okay, we're done with this conversation.
You're all piled in to the shuttle, and you've got this information, and you break into the atmosphere with a... And the hatch doesn't give you too much trouble on the atmospheric readings, because Kelger's done a good job making it safe. Even though it is an unintended hatch in a spaceship. And you guys begin to make the approach. By the time you're about an hour out, you do receive a hail. It seems to be coming from the terraforming facility.
Okay, yeah, I go ahead and put them on. No no visuals, just like
an audio
Twitch stream tonight.
An audio only messenger appears, and there's sort of like a ring goes bling bling around a blank face, and they say, "Koi shuttle, we've received your designation code, and we see that you're here to fill in for another replacement team. This is pretty unusual, and we've got a very tight ship here. This is old technology. It's been mostly laid fallow, so all things considered, we're actually in the process of requesting a delay on this maintenance work. You can probably...
So wait, is this we're maintaining a human thing, right? Old human tech, or is it Thran?
The terraforming facility is an old human facility.
Okay, yeah. So I respond, well, we have a genuine expert of old human technology on board.
Well, we appreciate that. It's a little bit more about the social dynamic of working together, and we've got a relationship with these maintenance crews, and while we understand that you're a perfectly fine replacement crew, we don't want to disturb too much what we've been doing here. I mean, there's not really a strict plan for how this facility is to be maintained. So
at this point, oh sorry, no.
So, we just wanted to let you know before you arrived that we have put in a request that the maintenance merely be delayed. So you might be able to swing back by Quater Coda and wait, and it might turn out that there's nothing for you to do here anyway.
Finley at this point leans into the microphone, pushes the push to talk button, and he says, "I appreciate your professional courtesy in informing of us of this, but given that we're being paid time and a half for this last minute job as the replacement crew, it sounds to me like we're gonna show up anyway."
And they're like, "I see. Well, we'll be ready to receive you. Please await acceptance into the upper berths. And
That was
have,
pretty easy.
have a wonderful flight.
I mean, we have official permission. They couldn't really turn us away. They were just discouraging us. However, this is bad news bears. We
Oh,
knew
yeah,
they
for
were
sure.
going to be somewhat sussy of us, but they were so sussy they tried to convince us not to even come, which is bad.
I mean, they're doing bad things here.
I mean, yes, but I was hoping they would at least be doing bad things to a concealable enough level that they wouldn't
Wouldn't just
really
be
be
like,
that
"Go
suspicious of
away."
us showing up. However, we aren't going to be able to get away with much. They're going to have eyes on us, almost certainly.
Well,
We need to poke them
we'll
out.
be having our eyes on them, more importantly.
Wow, why didn't I think of that?
Yeah.
I'm just being silly.
So,
I'm just being kind of a dick, but that's how I am.
so yeah, you
You are what you
guys,
eat after all.
you guys arrive.
Do I have to make a piloting to land?
Yeah. So make a pilot to make an operation if you want to be like fancy or and swift. Okay, yeah, you come in all right.
Could you spend the twist to maneuver the ship in such a way to conceal our hastily constructed secondary port?
I absolutely
You could
do.
spend the twist to come in at a slightly odd angle that makes it less obvious, but I mean, it's still a feature of the exterior of your ship. You come in, this vast tower picking up out of the land. It's maybe like in terms of height, 5 to 6 stories, even though it's probably only got 4 that are actually like, enterable distinct zones. And you come up to the top of it, which has 2 hangar bay doors. One slides open. And yeah, you find yourselves met as you land by the assortment of like workers and a synth. Also, someone wearing traditional war dancer garb.
Ah, yes. They've seen us before.
This individual doesn't seem to show any particular familiarity or insight. But they are wearing the kind of getups that the people who, were at the exchange did.
I'm beginning to think that I need to change my makeup at the very least.
Most likely.
Well, I mean, we all think you look wonderful just the way you are, but we also support any changes you want to make.
Yeah, do I recognize this person?
No, and you recognize that they haven't been like, oh wait, I know these people. There's an orderly synth here. There's a worker. There's a Thren worker, a human worker, and yeah, they've sort of like they've got a lot of like cargo containers up here that look a bit old. They got some cloth and stuff draped over them, and the workers in there's a Thorn Sentry over by one corner. Walking around, and they're kind of like, so you're the maintenance team.
Yep.
Here to
Wonderful.
make sure things don't blow up.
So he looks at Jivka, he looks at Blue East, he looks at Finley, he looks at Kulgar, and he's like, yes, well, I don't expect there'll be any issues. And yes, well, the adjustments, the adjusted calibrations for the lift are more or less as they should be. I have been instructed to remind you that this is a freight elevator, and we do have to bring big hauls up and down for various purposes, like crates of animals and feeds and devices that are being distributed. This is basically the only sky port on the island. So please, if you could keep the adjustments more or less as they are when you recalibrate the lift, that would be appreciated. And I'm given to understand that we already have all the places, the parts on hand, and you are the certified workers who know what you're doing, so I won't waste any more of your time. Come. And kind of like, gesticulates, come hither, and the orderly synth and the worker fan out, and he says, they'll be here to assist you.
I kind
Of
of wait
course.
to see how Kulgar approaches things.
Oh, Koga's following as if he's like just doing another job.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm not, typically speaking, this kind of laborer. So I'm observing your social cues.
Rattle that deep, also known as Finley, approaches the other worker they're sending along with us, and says, "Hey, you got any coffee around here?"
And she's like,
Oh,
"Oh, we
swear to
have
God.
hash nut, but you know, coffee and Thren don't really mix.
No, it's
Oh yeah, I forgot
the
about that.
chocolate.
The chocolate. Oops, just kidding."
But you know, the hash nut does have the coffee function in Thern culture.
And she's like, "Well, I mean," and she kind of looks toward Answer, who kind of coughs, and she's like, "You know, maybe I can see about getting you some later."
All right.
So you walk in. You know, there's like a machine here. There seems to be like some yellow paint near a nozzle. There's a technician running what's more or less the control booth, just sort of open air over here. And she hits a button. There's a doo doo doo, and the central like cargo you know thing opens up, and you guys step through it into a hallway. You see some vent entrances, and you also see a little wall panel retract just to reveal the shutter controls, which are pressed, and you see a lift.
So
And
we're here to
those
fix the
vents
lift
all
or
the
something.
you're here to you know adjust some of the lift's settings more or less.
Wow, seems like a pretty easy job to be.
Yeah. Well, do you say that?
I say it should be a piece of cake.
And the ward answer says, "Indeed, really, I don't know why the delay to our usual maintenance team was such an issue they felt the need to bother you for it."
I'll be
Yeah.
the judge of that.
I don't know. Seems silly, but you know, I'm
Alright,
not to question.
Wait, so Shinna, is
Work
Kulgar
orders
not
come
stepping
from
into the
above.
lift?
No, I am.
Okay, because I tried to move you in, and then I thought like you moved
Ours
back.
is not to reason why.
Oh, we might have both
Ours
moved
is
in
but
at
to
the same
fix
time.
and pry.
Is that Rast poetry? I can't say I've heard it before.
It is Rast poetry in the sense that I am a Rast and just came up with it. Wink. And then he tries to do like a kind of like, aren't I a cultured boy? Wink. If you want me to roll a communicate for that, I
You know,
understand.
I'll let you have it. So there's sort of a do 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 do, and
Do I notice any like unusual noises or anything like that?
roll
Whether
me,
I know the reason it happens or not?
roll me a scrutiny.
Yes, because I'm good at those.
Well, I mean, how sharp is your ear?
That's not the worst. Yeah, it's actually, you know,
yeah,
this mechanical noises, I'm really good with those.
Yeah, so you hear mechanical noises. You hear there's kind of like two like general like things that are going in wrong. Not wrong, but like are different from what you'd expect. One of them has to do with like the vibrations of the space in a way that you're not quite sure unless you focus on it. The other has to do with what this particular noise is that you're definitely recognize is a little off with the lift. And you hear like an extra, almost sounds like there's an extra tautness to the wires that are operating the lift.
Like
Huh.
under Kolger's breath, he's like muttering like, okay, there's at least 3 screws loose. One cable tension's way too tight. This actually might be more
And
intimate than I thought. Not like to anyone, just under his
Jeffrey
breath.
Bezos, hey, After Bite Reed, thank you for the prime, and sorry that we have basically no
Woo!
cams online right now.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we had some technical difficulties early on that we intend to fix. At the very least by the next episode. If not, you know.
Holger does have some. Okay, so you're writing down. Holger, do you spend that twist on the other weird resonance that you were listening to, or do you spend it on knowing more about this particular problem? Or not problem necessarily, but facet.
I think I would spend it for more information and when Koger's
On
speaking under his breath, he's-
which of these two factors?
Oh, sorry.
The
I
cable?
think you said for the
or
cable.
the
Yeah.
weird resonance? Okay, so
For the
cable.
cable.
Okay. It's been adjusted. It seems like it's been adjusted to, generally speaking, carry heavier loads and act even more like a maintenance lift and cargo lift than it is. Because this is an all-in-one mate lift, right? Because they don't have another for this terraforming tower. But it's definitely been just to carry heavier things.
How heavy? We talking like set of seawall struts heavy?
Holger would probably put it in that territory, or at the very least, more than what it's supposed to is about what you get from here.
Yeah, it's past its design, but is handling it the best it can.
You're breaking the EULA, but it's still within the margin of safety.
Maybe. But yeah, Koger's muttering under his breath about like all these like potential problems, theories, loud enough that the war dancer next to him would hear, but not like talking to the war dancer.
And the War Engine would say, I would remind you that we are quite happy with the current functionality of the lift. This is just a routine part swap, unfortunately. Standards dictate that you have to pass a certain certification, which I'm given to understand all of you have, to replace some of these parts to avoid any incidents. So,
Yes, of course, replacing parts is good, but
the War Dancer
if
pushes a
settings aren't
button.
optimized, you could have catastrophic failure.
The War Dancer says, our regular maintenance crew has optimized these settings for our particular need. There's really no need to tamper.
Professionally speaking, I disagree with you. You could easily have a toggle.
Here's a weird
setting.
question.
Yeah?
And this might be relevant to what you say next, Colger. I imagine threat society, like in humanity, we have mandatory reporting laws for things that happen in contexts I don't want to talk about now. I can imagine Trinity Society having mandatory reporting rules for workplace safety violations.
Like OSHA.
Yeah, effectively mandatory OSHA reporting. Would something like a dangerous elevator qualify for Trinity OSHA mandatory reporting by a maintenance technician?
If it were still a Trinity government facility involved in planetary infrastructure, yes. But remember, this is a decommissioned facility.
It's a private facility, but you know,
you could report.
Okay. It was a shot in the dark. It was worth a shot.
You could report you could bureaucratically bullshit a report on the lift. Do you say that?
I was no.
You could roll a system to know about the relevant bureaucracy. You roll a system.
Doesn't matter.
All right. Well, the
if it isn't an obvious thing that would work as a threat, it doesn't matter.
Well, you have to roll systems. I mean, to know how seriously they take the threat. Because you could report the lift if you think it's unsafe. How much they give a shit about that, you don't know. They kind of lead you, and the orderly sensor stands by this door. The ward angel stands by this one, and just through here. And the worker's like, yeah, right through here. And her name is Aj. But she's got a little name tag that shows you that.
Convenient.
That's adorable.
But it's like
He's gonna
Z's.
start shuffling through his various tools, parts.
It's Z's because I guess they're not good at J's, but they can do J's anyway sometimes. So yeah,
it's a just not a j.
And so she's like,
that's what I'm saying. Good Asajj adventurous.
She's like, here it is, and there's even a storage room that adjoins it that also sort of houses the motor and such. And she's like, yeah, so here it is. We've got the parts all nearby in those properly labeled crates. And yeah, I see you've already brought your tools with you, so this probably shouldn't take too long. And she's just kind of tapping her hoof and watching. Blue East, I'm assuming you have walked into the room with them?
Yeah, sorry, I'm trying to...
good.
I should probably pop myself in as a player instead of GM so that I can figure out what the fuck I am.
Can I distract the worker?
Sure, what do you want to do? And bear in mind, the ward answer is stood right here looking in, so where you and the worker are right now is also visible to him.
That's Good enough for shit. Should I try to distract the war dance when someone else distracts the
And for
war?
reference, yeah, what weapons, if any, have you guys wind up bringing, and how do you have them disguised if you brought like a big fuck off gun?
Yeah, I
None.
probably have my revolver, but it's in, a toolbox at
Yeah,
the bottom of
yeah.
some tools.
Yeah, you got like a revolver and toolbox.
I left my bootleg stun stave behind, but I still have the stun baton,
Mm-hmm.
and like that's just
It's a one-handed
my
melee.
bag of
You could,
tools.
yeah, you got it somewhere stuffed away.
I guess I would have had one of the laser pistols in, and then just
Mhm.
appendix carried. You know,
Yeah.
like tucked
Yeah, you
in
got
the
it.
front of me.
You got it in the shoot your dick off position, but Jivka doesn't have that problem. You-
Yeah.
So, Lee, can you ping on this map where,
Yeah, I can
like,
shift
where
ping
in
you.
general we're expected to be working?
Literally this like bit
The room
over
we're
here on the
in.
right, like where Jivka is, like this
Yeah.
this little section is what they're expecting you to work on.
I'm
Dionysus,
gonna-
thank you for the prime sub. We have 2 prime
Nice,
subs.
nice.
Much like a prime rib.
I would. You may have prime sub to us, but you'll always be our prime sub.
Why
What?
not? I mean, this is the
All
nice.
right. Anyways,
I'm doing finger guns. I keep forgetting I'm not on camera anymore.
You're not on camera.
It's very
Yeah, I
sad.
know.
All my funny expressions and ridiculous hand gestures.
I know. I just gave a kiss. I just
GM
It's also
Dionysus,
not a lot.
thank you for the gift sub, Elevation 87. Getting it
Thank you.
wonderful. Thank you. Thank you so much for supporting the community, man. It means a lot.
You're amazing.
We
We have to fix
heart
these videos.
you, and I'm doing a cute like K-pop heart thing right now. You can't see. it.
Yeah. I'm actively fellatiating a lady, but none of you can see that because no cams. So sad.
But yeah,
Yeah, so you're in the room.
Voltron is doing a sexy dance.
Finley,
It's
you
wild.
mentioned you want to distract the worker. Everybody's in there. Everybody's looking at the things. She's looking at the stuff.
I would like to distract the worker because in
Right.
case there's some shenanigans they're going to do with the mechanics, I'd like the worker not to notice.
I mean, I would actually, honestly, if you come over, I would gesture to you actually, and I would
Mhm.
kind of like give you the hand beckon,
Okay, I would come be
and
like,
I
hey.
would prop open my box and act as if I'm like asking you to look at something in there, and kind of
Mhm.
whisper under my breath, real low, like, hey, so if somebody can distract the worker, there is a vent up there. If you could sneak in there, you might gain
Yeah,
access.
there's a vent here, and here.
It's an excellent point. Quick question before I respond. I assume before the mission we knew what sort of maintenance we would be doing.
Yeah, you're just supposed to tune up and replace several important bits of the electric motor on this lift.
How long does that typically take?
To be sure that everything has been done appropriately and run as many as the regulation, you're supposed to run 5 regulation up and down trips. And just to make sure like nothing diagnostically pops up at the box. And it's probably gonna take if Colger works efficiently, or 30 minutes. If he works inefficiently, maybe an hour, maybe more.
All right, both of those times work great for me. So I'm going to be like, all right, if you could do me the big favorino of distracting the worker, I should be able to sneak into a vent and hopefully not have my absence missed.
Worker sees you guys talking. She's like, "Hey, what's up? Can I maybe help you out? I know you're tired. I can see about getting the hesh nut, after we do all the lift stuff."
Yeah, no. I just
I deliberately look grumpy, and then I go sulk in this corner, sort of tucked behind the shelf.
I was just asking the overseer if we had any of the new equipment that I asked for. I was really hoping that I could get a replacement for, and I grabbed something that looks like it could potentially be shaken to present as if it's loose or something. Like probably like a, not a multi-tool necessarily,
monkey
but
wrench?
like, kind of a specialized, monkey wrench looking thing. And I kind of shake it and say, this thing's really old. I was
And she's
hoping
like,
we'd
"Oh,
get an upgrade.
Like, oh well, we definitely have tools. That's so strange that they send a maintenance crew for this job without.
Oh
things
no,
of trade spec.
honey, I've got the tool. It's just I had spoken to Finley earlier about getting an upgrade to the tool.
I know that, and I'm seeing what you're showing me, and
You know,
I'm
not
just.
Finley, but you know, presumably stage
She,
name.
she want me to communicate. Want me to communicate. Colger, you're walking out here like right next to the word answer. Shin?
Shin, are you muted? We can't hear you.
Shin? Shin?
God damn it. I was muted.
You looked like you were so excited too.
Yeah, so I go up to the war dance and I'm like, okay, so you seem like you're in charge. And I start going
Well,
monotone.
he's like, I'm just here to observe what's happening. If you have any particular specification questions, he jerks the thumb back at the orderly synth.
Nice.
Our
well, I
orderly
just
can
need
help.
to go through a checklist with you, make sure that no one uses the lifts, no one tries to do anything while we're in the machine, so it doesn't
War dancer
blow up
nods
us
and
or
says,
blow up
"We've."
itself.
Dancer nods and says, "All the worker slates have received a notification, and everybody was briefed this morning that there would be a maintenance on the lift. So,
Nonetheless, I need to go through this checklist with you, cover our
indeed."
butts,
He kind of
cover your ass,
gesticulates,
make
and
sure you don't get fired for this.
the orderly goes, "Do
Do Veer have butts?
Well, the Veer are like sort of like a squat, like arms forward species. They're like wide, right? But they're not tall, so to speak. But there's a lot of like wiggle behind Kulger, which one could refer to as a posterior if one were so inclined.
Okay. Good to know.
Coker spends like a good 5 minutes just like
The orderly
listing
synth
off
has
like things like do's and don'ts.
the golden
monotone.
eye discs of the schlick white mucousy fake skin drawn over the metal frame of the orderly shows like a brief jerk as it nods in recognition. Golden lights dancing behind these sort of like, you know, electrochip like eye plates, and it says noted, understood, indeed, precaution underway, transferring information. And the warden just kind of nods like and so, you know, Kulger, you're keeping their attention. Blue East, you have
I think probably
twists.
at this point I want to like, you know, make a bigger thing of it and say, you know, actually, you know what? Fine. If you've got a better brunch than this one, just lying around, I would really rather not use this ever again.
And she's like, sure, just join. And you know what? She's like, she gives you an option that's basically like, well, I have this here, but if you do acquire the full set, I suppose we could go across the hallway.
Fine. You know what? Fuck it.
You know, spend your twist to get her like all the way out of the room.
Yeah, I want to get her all the way out of the room.
All right, so you and her go back to the far side of the lift, and you come into a room with two other workers, and you're like, huh? And she's like, oh,
I want to
hey,
pick the. Wait, I want
she's
to
here
look down
with
this. Okay, cool.
Right, it's the elevator.
Not sure what the fuck. Oh, that's the. Okay, sorry. I just wanted to get a look at that.
Yeah.
Before we. Oh, yeah. Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Once they leave the room, I scurry into the vent.
Now, Zhivka, you're the only person who's standing by the machinery you guys are supposed to be working on. Are you are you pretending to do something with it? Are you just stood there, like, kind of like awkwardly tapping your hoof? Like, you're technically speaking certified.
I'm just like staring at it, and then just like kind of like
Okay.
picking up a random. I pick a random like thing out of the box near me, like a tool, and then just start opening it. You know, I'm certified. I know what I'm doing.
All right,
I like to imagine it has like a covering to open with screws. You pick up a random tool. It's like a
I
freaking
start
drill, and
disassembling
you're just kind of like, ugh.
I start taking it
God.
apart.
Oh, you start like taking like the exterior off.
Yeah.
Oh, me a maintenance.
Oh, what's that?
It's under resilience.
Mechanics. Okay, yeah.
Mechanics,
What's
yeah.
that?
You might want to
You kind of like nudge into it, and there's sort of like a vacuum of like feeling of like the metal has just got a lot more taut around this plate that needs to come off.
I look for a flathead screwdriver, the nearest one to me.
Yeah, you've got.
And then just like try to crowbar it open with that.
All right.
Oh no!
All right, give me a mechanics with a modifier of 1.
Jesus.
I'll call it an appropriate.
Do you want to?
Oh my god.
You get it stuck. There's a screwdriver stuck in this panel, which is like almost looks dented in compared to what it's supposed to be at the moment.
How much noise is this making?
There's
At
like
this point, I start like,
it's a pretty dull bum twing that isn't too much. The word answer isn't distracted. Although when he does hear like a bit of like a chiseling sound, he can say like, "Huh," but then you keep him distracted. I mean, actually, it's the point where you might actually take a peek in. Finley, all this shit's happening. You want to look at something before the cover gets blown, I'm assuming, or before whatever happens.
I mean, so more or less my plan was tuck myself into this corner where I'm a little bit out of the way so that my presence might not be missed. And then the second they left the room, the worker from earlier,
Yeah.
I would go through the vent.
Yeah, you know what? You manage the vent pops open, and you swiftly find what lies beyond.
I mean, it's the elevator, right? I can't.
Yeah,
I have enough spatial awareness for that.
It's the fucking elevator.
Great. I should have gone through the other vent.
Yeah.
Probably.
I go back. I return.
All right. So as this is happening, give me a new maneuver to skedaddle across as Zivka goes dink 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 with the tools.
Do I get a bonus for having a lovely audible distraction in the dink and the dink and the dink?
No, because the dinking is why the word answer might be looking north.
Very rude. Very rude indeed. However, I'm a genius.
Oh, by the way, you have the quadcopter on your back undeployed, right?
Yeah.
All right. So you make it across. The ward answer is looking like they're trying to like turn their eyes north. Culger, do you want to keep running your distraction? You hear some sounds to the north, and like the word answer's kind of looking to the north. How would Culger respond?
Colger. Fuck. Alright, realistically, Colger would hear those noises and get worried himself and want to go back.
Yeah, that makes sense.
All right, so you start to. Now here's the thing: you do notice
How do we end up as a spec ops team?
before the word answer is like looking through Culger. You see Finley's kind of creeping. You have a wide body and a low profile, and Finley also has a low profile. Would you like try and like position maybe yourself when you look in here when you see Finley's moving to try and give him some cover?
Yeah, I think I would like move up, check, like poke my head in, see that nothing's blowing up, nothing looks like it's like critically failing. See Finley, I'm like, no, yeah, my coworkers and their
Give me a communicate with a modifier of 1 to try and.
Give me communicate with the modifier of 1.
So there's really no need to look back there.
hell yeah!
And there wasn't enough.
Amazing.
Finley managed to
Some
sneak
amount of
by.
life.
You pop in. You pop in the fucking hole. Finley, you are in the zone. Yeah.
Okay. I would go through the vents.
Yeah, I'll tell
Just
the
don't go
word answer.
somewhere.
Like, yeah, my coworker's getting started. He must really trust in you guys not following procedure, but well, you guys have a very good reputation of keeping things orderly, so.
And the orderly says, things are always orderly with an orderly. Deprecated
Thank you, I
advertisement line
appreciate
were
that.
deleted. Thanks you. Alright, so Finley, you go by the bit outside where you know that there is stuff. Yeah, okay. Roll me a maneuver to peek artfully.
Artfully, you are truly a wordsmith. I should roll that instead of looking for actually having my characters.
Zivka Koch, you hear all of this shenanigans going outside. People are talking business.
Hell yeah!
People are sneaking around. Are you just gonna... You now have your little pride screwdriver stuck in there. You want to do anything further?
I want to get it out and act like nothing happened.
You would like to walk out of the room.
Like I want to
yes.
try and get it out, like out.
Oh. You know what? I would say if this is better, I would say it's either an endurance or a melee at your preference.
Oh my god, no!
I just imagine like a tool just
Hey.
flying across the room. I'm like, what?
You hear a bit of a shuddering boom, but it goes sort of back into place. Shivka, you have retrieved the screwdriver. This bit seems closed. Now you're questioning whether or not that's even how you were supposed to open the motor.
Mm.
Do you want to try again?
I look at the motor.
Yeah,
What's on
it seems like the housing has like a thing where it's like, you know, put hands here to pop open. And you're like, oh.
Oh.
Oh my god.
Man, imagine reading. All right, I put my hand there.
Make me. It even has the Threntling glyph for up, like with an arrow. So make me a mechanics with a modifier of 2, Shivka.
Oh dear.
And Finley, you've made your peeking roll.
Push it!
So Finley, you see what looks like it should be a cafeteria, right? It's got a milk machine, it's got a moved over fridge, but got like an assembly line, and you see what would appear to be a nanite foundry zipping around. You see white lights and gold lights coming from inside, and you see like metal bits coming out of this assembly line, and it's like they're being sorted around and popped into these tubes and boom, 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 and things seem to be getting like pieced together.
Can I get any sort of sense of what sort of things?
Yeah, like metals, like it looks like assorted metal bits.
Interesting.
Definitely of the same like hue that the metal struts were.
Mm-hmm.
And then
Interesting.
they like come out here and dance around like you've seen the little like, you know, nanobots do, and pop it up here. There's an engineer and a scientist overwatching it. And
Now this isn't the sort of thing that should be in this facility.
not at all. And like this was supposed to be a cafeteria.
Yeah, okay. It's clearly not, I mean, there's a milk machine, which is great, but this is clearly not a cafeteria. I presume I probably take some pictures with my phone.
Yeah.
That's spy shit, right?
Yeah, you take some pictures. Bear in mind, you have the vent is slightly open while you do this.
Is there flash on? Have you turned the volume down?
I mean, freaking my spy, of course I have the flash off and the shutter sound.
Right, yeah.
And then after that, I probably, I mean, the way I probably do it at the very beginning is I do the peeking by snapping a few quick pictures with my slate, and then I can review those at my leisure.
Okay, so you do it, and as you're like popping the vent closed, you do hear like muffled conversation. Roll me a scrutiny.
Oh god, they heard me. I'm not that good at sneaking. This was a poor character choice.
No, it's fine. That probably should have switched roles, but
Yeah, I don't know what your
Yeah, and you
skill is
definitely
outside
hear the threat engineers saying, "Hey, was the vent just slightly open there for a moment?" And the scientist says, "Well, technically speaking, the vents are always open, just in a very tight fan shutter." Yeah, I know that, but you know, I think that it was like slightly opened, like, you know, like with a 10% of its fan retracted in the same way that it does if one were, I don't know, skulking about within them. Yes, but would be skulking about within them. And she's like, oh, you know. And then there's like a more muffled bit, but then you hear it with that extra twist, right? She's like, just the drones. And he's like, yes, well, I suppose it could be the case, but, well, let me pull up my slate and see if there ain't supposed to be around here.
Okay, this is my chance. I need to hack the system and spoof a drone.
You have the Freaker. Alan.
I was gonna get that, but instead I got an actual drone.
So do you want to whip out your drone terminal? Do you want to whip out your drone terminal and then attempt to spoof the address of another drone?
Yes.
Roll
sounds like a
me
good
a
idea.
systems at a -2 because you're having to reach out and find data you don't have and then rapidly apply it.
Perfect. That's how I like them. Rapidly applied and not knowing what I'm doing. Ba-boom!
Holy shit!
Jesus
You hear that?
Christ.
That's the sound of me smacking the security system to the mat.
Yeah, so you got a
Oh
super
my
twist
God.
on that. Yeah, your little
I want
buddy
to do it with style.
comes
I want
online,
to do it sneaky.
and
I
your
want to get
quad,
extra information.
your quadcopter is now in the system as one of their drones, and it will read identically to them.
This is actually really good.
Actually, yeah. I think you just fixed everything.
I mean, I wouldn't say everything, but it's certainly a fallback plan if nothing else.
Meanwhile,
Should leave your drone
Zhivka
in
attempts
the-
to push something up, and it goes in forward, and then won't go any further, and she pushes it. And Kalga, you walk in, and Zhivka is like, she's managed to not really properly push in the thing because you gotta like, pop and lift. The quadcopter cannot lift the rest.
Damn.
I
tried, man. Kolger's gonna come behind Jifka and put a hand on her shoulder. I'm like,
What? Can't you see I'm working here, bud? Oh wait, no, you do all the work. Here, and I just like grab you and put you in front of it and we switch places. If you don't resist.
I start attempting to fix the dented hole, the corners.
Roll me a mechanics -1 because things have been dinged up a little here.
To fix it.
To even just to get it popped open because the side casing that you could have popped open has been weirdly shifted such that the metal is almost vacuum sealed now, and the push here to open up and get the mechanical bits part was improperly pressed into, and now it's jammed, and you have to jiggle the back.
Does a multi-tool help with this?
Yes, it's good for whacking and swacking and prying and brine.
All right.
Meanwhile,
whacking that meat.
Oh my God, Blue East.
Shit.
That's exactly what's happening over here with these two workers who are like, oh, hey, what's up, Aj, and who's your pal here? And she's like, oh, she's with the replacement maintenance crew. Oh, the replacement maintenance crew. Oh, I guess you're working on the lift, huh? Yeah, she's working on the lifts.
Yep.
Putting on the lifts, as they say, and yeah, putting on the Ritz. And she's like, what? And he's like, what? And then anyway, they give you a nice multi-tool, Blue East. And she's like, that'll get you. That's the whole set. The worker's like, yep. We got a whole mess of them around here. You never know what could go wrong out there, like the cameras and the fencings and the nurseries and the tidal power generators and the night lights and all
the tidal
that.
power generator is something I really wanted to see actually when I came out.
Yeah,
this
well,
planet.
I'm afraid you'd need to drive all the way out to the coast, but on account of you came in here on a core, you could just maybe take a buzz if you know the pilot. And you
I
can,
mean,
get
yeah,
them
but
to
I
fly.
want to get my hands in on them. Those
Oh
are some
yeah, well, I know.
fancy pieces of work right
I
there.
know the Druine does a whole nature retreat kind of thing for some people who are in the Familia, if you know what I'm laying down.
Well, I'm not.
Not in like a Scusa sense of crime Familia, but in a more wholesome Marathi sense of community Familia.
I mean,
what I'm saying?
I kind of understood what you meant.
Oh, don't listen to Jeff. He loves to over-explain things. I was known to be expository. That's
Well,
why
I mean,
Mother assigned me to this planet. Apparently, people here love exposition. Really helps them get context for the current scenario, the culture, history, and society of the place, the significance of the actors. I was just like, yeah, Jeff, we can go over this at lunch again, remember? Oh, yes, I do love expository speaking at lunch hour.
Well, thank you very much, good sir. I highly appreciate the tour guide advice.
You are most welcome. He tips his cap. Hey, don't call me John the Expositor for nothing. And
That's a strange title to acquire.
Osh gets you and he's like, whew, sorry, he gets expositing sometimes, you know?
I was gonna ask. I mean, the guy can talk. But, woof, boy,
Yeah.
I never quite heard exposition like that.
Yeah, he even gives exposition while he's hanging from his maintenance rig, replacing solar panels. He's a solar technician, and he does odd jobs around here, you know. Anyway,
I mean,
let's
how
get
are
you
things
back.
around here with the solar powering? I mean,
Oh, well, things are good. You know, we have our energy sorted because there are no active reactors here. The one that they had got decommissioned because it was a little bit dangerous. So this place is routed with all external power, which of course required new lane of cable. And I'm sure you're bored by all this anyway.
beautiful. No. I mean, this is what I do. How could I be bored?
Oh yeah. Well, speaking of what you do,
Mother assigned me to this job for a reason.
yeah, and the orderly sensor stands in the hallway and sort of is like blink, blink, blink. And yeah,
Thank
when
you
you
again for the multi-tool. Mine was just really, it had seen better days.
yeah, and
You
the
saw that
Ward
thing.
Angel steps back and like, and the Ward Angel kind of looks in the room. Ward Angel kind of like leans into the room, looks around, and the Ward Angel is like obviously like thinking. Anyway, rattle dap deep. What are you up to in here?
Okay. I have my drone spoofed in such a way. I think I know what I would do. I would put my drone down in the vent, and I would re-enter the room.
Okay, so you are deploying
alright,
your
so-
drone here.
I'll probably deploy my drone. I'll probably actually do it like right here, not immediately next to event. But
All right, there's a lot of rules about drones. I invite you to be the one who knows them in this coming sequence.
I looked up something about processing. I don't know what the fuck that's about, but all right. And then I'll go back up to this vent, peek, see if it looks like I can get in unviewed, and then re-enter the room.
Who needs instruction manuals?
Yeah.
So coming over here, once I get to exactly where I am, I kind of wave at the war dancer and I say, "Hey, I know I just got here, but who do I talk to about getting to the bathroom?"
And the ranch is like, "Oh yes, you need to head to one of the upper floors."
Are you fucking kidding me? You don't have bathrooms on this level?
And he's like, "Well, Human Empire, you know how they build things."
Fucking Empire shit. I mean, if it were up to me, we'd just replace it all. The commune stuff that's being built these days is far more technologically advanced and
Indeed, but
far better. Just
these
break
places.
it all down and rebuild it, I say.
Yes,
I
well,
want more people to work that way too.
it's an important part of the landscape and heritage of Steyr Steeple. And Aj's like, Raj is all
Heritage,
about the
landscape.
heritage.
Bores me to tears. I like me some high-tech mumbo jumbo.
Orderly Synth says, high tech. Just like redacted creator name, available at reasonable prices and all reputable retailers.
That shit spooks me.
And words
like
are just
them.
like, oh, orderly? Nah, they're fine. You just gotta get to know them. And then the word angel kind of nods like, nah, they spooks me too. Yeah, Culver, you're in here. You managed to pop it open with that twist. I would say make it look like it never happened. Ooh.
Yeah.
You kind of like come back in here and pop back out the metal that's been dented in, and you get to it. It's really a pretty routine overall +1 modifier replacement job for this art, which they have in a box nearby. It's like a large cylindrical black within a white, like ribbed clear plastic element around a camshaft, and it seems to be an integral part of the brake and acceleration for the lift. And the old one isn't like worn out per se, but it has been in service as long as it's supposed to be, so it needs to be replaced. And there is a bit of a preliminary, like, you pop this out and then you pop this in and you pop that out and then you pop that in bit. You would know, or I would say the average Veer would not bother with some parts of the procedure because they know that it doesn't actually help it work any better. But it would be obvious if you would skip any steps. What would Kulger do?
Kulger would go through the full steps, like oh wait, shit. He's not formally trained though. He's done everything by practice.
Which is not uncommon amongst the Veer. Which is part of why they don't really stand on circumstance or instructions.
Yeah, I think Kulger would do this the most functional and efficient way, and not particularly by the books.
Right. Blue East, you busy yourself just
Holy shit.
trying to like fix something, and you have assembled, right, a disassembled bolt gun that was just like left out in different parts. And Kulger, you note that Blue East is actually like taking parts, like clearly like either like worn out parts that are like intended to be slagged later, or parts that have been removed for cleaning, and she's like looking them out and she's recombining them, and she has Franken-gunned a full functional bolt gun from
Holy
what was
shit.
more or less like storage stroke recycle these later shelf. So there's now an empty bolt gun on that shelf.
I put it down and I look at Kulger and I say, anything else you want me to fiddle with?
Yeah, you could be my assistant that hands me things.
Oh, I love that job.
Yeah.
And I go through like the whole like surgeon like scalpel.
Yeah.
2x4.
Yeah, and I hand,
Oh my god.
hand off
Hex
tools
wrench.
as requested.
Towel.
So Blue East, do you have any skill? Do you have any skill points in the mechanics skill?
Yeah, that's my 1 point of mechanics helping
Okay,
me out
then you
there.
do actually give a modifier of +1 to Kulger's attempts. Zhivka, as it's happening, you see Finley's re-entered. The ward agent sees that and nods as if to think, yeah, I'd have a rocker head count. You doing anything as your crew fixes this up?
I probably just like move to the side and just whip out my phone and just play around on games. Or, ooh, wait, I have that one War Dancer's number. Probably
Yeah?
just gonna start messaging him because I'm bored as fuck.
Alright, you're like, hey, what are you doing? LOL, I'm bored as fuck at work.
Yes, exactly that.
Alright, roll me a communicate with a modifier of 2.
Oh my god,
This is a
I
very
have to
believable
communicate?
scenario. You are bored at work.
Fuck me.
You do not immediately get a response. That
You
doesn't
can
mean
you
won't
can
respond
literally
later.
go up the stress and re-roll if you want.
Yeah, you want to edge this? Are you edging? Are you
Yes.
edging as you
Panic.
text him?
Panic texting
Yeah.
that girl.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Oh, I wanted
wait,
you to
wait, you
panic.
removed one. You
Oh.
what?
Whoops.
Yeah, because you didn't get a success. You roll just one more d6. Just roll a d6. Now it wasn't
Damn
d6.
it.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
Zhivka,
Doesn't
you
I
matter.
was
got
so hoping
immediate-
you would panic.
Zhivka,
You
you
double text.
Shivka, you don't immediately get a
Double
response. You do double text and nothing comes of it for the moment.
I'm bored.
I see like Jivka like not doing much. I'm like, Jivka, can you hand me the new motor? Like gesture to the box behind her.
I look at it. I look at you. I look at my phone. I shrug and hand it to you.
Yeah, so now you have the job. It's a +1 easy job, Kulger, before any of your modifiers, and Blue East is giving you a +1, so that's +2. So yeah, go ahead and give me that mechanics, including whatever other modifiers you have, and you could dual wield tools in this instance.
Yay.
And a multi would be an applicable tool here.
Shit.
You got 2 different wrenches in there, going as if they're like piloting a mech via lever, but you're just like popping around sprockets and sprues, and spiggly blues, and yeah, with a super twist and a twist on top of that. You've got an automatic success on your next mechanics test, and you can either make this go really fast or make this take much longer than it should. Just by having it, take extra steps at every point of the wind-up procedure.
So one thing I want to do is go back out and talk to the war dancer and like ask again, like, are you sure you don't want me to optimize the system? Like, I could get this run like better, but like, I don't want to like interrupt this roll for that.
Kulger witnesses. So Kulger does this, and war dancer witnesses how great Kulger does this, with just an exceeding level of style, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so when Kulger comes back and says, "Hey, you want me to like really tune this up?" The war dancer nods and says, "Yes, as long as you keep it rated for the amount of freight that it presently is. That's the only thing. I see you really know what you're doing. So I assume."
I don't know
I
who your
told
old
you,
maintenance
I told
crew
you
is.
folks, this man's an expert in old human tech. Me, I don't much trust this stuff. I just help. But this guy, he knows the ins and outs and ins, and man, he's probably seen the inside of more Imperial ships than Emperor Ba back in the day.
Word answer kind of like shows things like grisly things, but no valuable knowledge to have. And we appreciate that. It is all part of a greater unity. And in his dialogue bubble, you see that the greater and unity are capitalized. And you're like, hey, wait a minute.
Jesus.
Wait, is this guy part of the Master's cult from Fallout?
Anybody who wants to could give me an insight if you wanted to, but you do recognize greater unity as a Thren political philosophy.
Yeah, you know what? Blue East is actually super well versed in Dren politics. This is like one of her defining character traits. She's gonna go ahead and try that.
Yeah, Koger's response to word
Finley
answer
is not going to
immediately
give a shit as if they're going to fiddle around with this drone remotely.
Can I get a +1 because my character actually does pay attention to this sort of stuff?
Sure. And Kalgar, what do you say?
Because I
Koger's
otherwise
immediate
probably
response
won't
to the word answer would be like, yeah, I don't know who your old maintenance crew is, your regular maintenance crew is, but you guys are sitting on 5% efficiency and not using it. Like, it's mind-boggling that you let this go by for so long.
And Warren's like, well, I mean, you know, I'm not really in charge of the lifts, but that sounds pretty promising. And Blue East, yeah. Something about the way that they emphasized greater unity makes you wonder. Because you do know that, you know, there's plenty of humans working at this facility, as well as Thren.
Yeah, I saw a couple.
But there's no Mirai.
There's
You know,
there's probably a dozen Mirai on this planet. So
Very convenient.
Vraja's probably not gonna like track one down and be like, "Would you like to be my underling and work on menial tasks for me?" Like they might invite them over for dinner, but they probably aren't gonna put them to like, you know, random job when they're about to leave to go back to their queen. So yeah, you do note that this is a bit of a vibe of like, you know, maybe everyone here, at least this person, is kind of in on the same sort of vibe. And that vibe is the vibe is definitely like not anti-Trinity, but if anything, it's either pro-Trinity or the Trinity doesn't go far enough and you don't know which it is. But you do know that like the greater unity the word answer is alluding to here is one where, you know, like humanity is entirely co-incorporated with the Thren Federation or some successor organization. But you can also just say unity or greater unity and not mean it that way. So, but you're kind of picking up he means it in kind of a political way.
Mm-hmm. Well, I go ahead and say
A normal replacement job and more intensive job. And he's like, ah, yes.
Suppose so. Greater unity.
By the way, I know my outfit doesn't come with a, you know, name tag or anything. But I am Juthaka, and this is why am I using so many fucking J's and Thren names? Juthaka. Juthaka. Yes, and yes, I have been tasked with, you know, helping everything go well as Aj and the orderly, and yes, more intensive tests and records, and well, we'll be happy to.
The name's Azura.
Oh, well, nice to meet you, Azura. You will nod. Or at least since it stays in the hallway. They're happy to have you keep working, Kulger. They think you're doing a great job, and they're like, oh, efficiency is wonderful.
So we've been here for a little bit. I did mention earlier needing to see a bathroom.
And you know what else? Is that your slate beeps and you realize, oh, it's 10:30. There's another kind of break you need to take. As we will be back at 10:40 p.m. Eastern, everyone.
Nice. All right, so beautiful. Lee, are we going to try and do something about this system tonight? So that we can or not?
I don't know what the fuck we would do, and
Fair enough.
God damn it.
I really do need to pee.
Yeah.
Alright, I'll be right back.
Oh my god. Chocolate for pretzels fucking slap. Two of the greatest simple things in the world. Chocolate covered
What?
pretzels and prosciutto.
At the same time?
No, definitely not.
God,
Just like
you had me-
counterbalances
you had me
chocolate.
scared there for a fucking second.
No, prosciutto and like wrap some cheese in it or eat it with some baguette or just on its own, to be honest.
Fair enough. Sounds like a beautiful
I was
day.
really upset once my mom was on a business trip in Spain. And in Spain, you can buy prosciutto in relatively large quantities for much more cheaply than you can in the US. And so she bought a fair quantity of prosciutto to bring back for me to eat. And they fucking took it because it's like, you know, against the law or something.
What?
Yeah. Importing like agricultural products, sort of thing.
I suppose especially like cheese and shit.
Yeah, but this was prosciutto. Everyone knows prosciutto. Prosciutto's good for you.
I don't know what prosciutto is.
It's a very expensive kind of ham.
Oh, I fucking love ham.
Salty.
I love salty ham. Fuck.
Let me show you
It's
some.
super
You might recognize it by the look. It's very distinctive.
Yeah, it's also not that rare. So you
It's
probably
not
have-
rare. It's just like this, like tiny ass little package cost like $10. It's just
It's
expensive in America because of the process by which to make it and the importing.
It's the kind of shit that one steals.
In a video
Yeah,
game
it's
like
100%.
GTA San Andreas.
Are we voice live?
So
Yes,
this
I
is
did
what
not take
prosciutto
us off
is like.
the voice. Oh, yeah, okay.
Yes, then in a video game.
In a parody in a video game, as we said so many times in extra stations.
It's not normally my practice to kill the audio during the 10-minute break, although I could.
No, I just am oblivious.
It's very important the audio stays alive during the 10-minute break, for when I inevitably don't actually take the break. Just try to chat with the audience, but the audience ignores me because they're also taking a break during the bathroom and such.
Yeah,
It's
that's
a bad time.
pretty important. I need to go take my breaky wakey.
Cute.
Cute. And we'll be gaming ever since, streamers.
What?
Ever since.
Deckard, get out the 5-barreled cylinder gun. Boom, boom, boom. Ah, you're a butcher.
The 5-barreled cylinder gun.
What?
I just want everyone to recognize the absurdity of that description of a firearm.
Fair enough. That is kind of inherently absurd. Just like life.
Oh. I need a drink. Whoops.
That's what she said when she was thirsty.
Back in like middle school, I used to have a dumb bit that I would just say something completely banal, like, you know, nice shirt. Or I'd say it as insert random famous historical figure said, nice shirt. Under the assumption that at some point, pretty much every historical figure probably said something like nice shirt.
That's fair. Yeah. I like it. It's a good bit. It's very wholesome.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You're very.
Right now I'm back. I can't do it.
You know how fucked up
Lower.
I am? In the world building of Change Stars? It pertains directly to this. I established that there is a traditional culture among the Thren known as the Merar that
my
use
God.
both r and r sounds in their language as different vowels.
When I'm thinking about it, I can't do it. When I'm just like talking, I can do it. I think
So
he's just
I-
making noises.
God. I had a dinner date today, which is kind of why I showed up a little bit late. Not like a date, but like a platonic like hangout thing with friends, kind of deal. I don't know what else to call it except for a dinner date though.
A dinner with friends.
Yeah, but like don't people call it a dinner date?
Yeah.
I don't know what the straights call that shit. Anyway,
I mean, if I was going out to dinner with a bunch of my friends, I'd be like, yeah, I wouldn't abbreviate it.
I'm
going out to
dinner.
Maybe not like that. I don't know if I'd add all that stuff
The part is when I was at dinner,
with my friends.
Yeah.
they wouldn't specify the context.
know.
Even if it was an actual dinner date, I would be vague and coy because that's how I do.
But yeah, no. So the person that I was hanging out with, she's somebody I met while I was working, and we kind of exchanged information and eventually hung out after work, which was cool. Definitely like one of the only people I would do that with. But the funny thing that I was gonna say was that at a certain point in the evening, she was just like, I respect you and and like you as a person and everything, but every time you do that sound, it freaks me out a little bit. You're not wrong. That's fair. That's a fair judgment. She's like, keep doing it. It's fine. It's fine. I just wanted to let you know how I feel. I'm like, okay.
I was wanting to let you know that I
Do you
hate it.
want
It
me
makes
to
me
stop?
sad. But
And
keep
she's like,
doing
no,
it.
no, keep doing it. It's fine. It's fine. I just wanted to express myself. I'm like, okay.
You're like, I like it when you express yourself.
Expression.
I can't do it in quite the same register as you. If you go a little bit higher, we do more of a trill, where I go like.
Is that so? Are you trilling, or is that you actually doing the guttural R?
I can do the guttural. The guttural's like.
Why do I come back with Max waving a knife around? What the fuck is going on?
We're
Trilling,
we're
Shen.
trilling. Why?
No.
Trill,
Before
Shin,
that,
trill.
I come back. The first thing I see is Max waving a knife around, and then I hear.
Well, that's
all of
because you
these
need to know your
bullets
fucking place.
What
It's a
the
butter
fuck?
knife.
Welcome to hell, Shin. Welcome to hell.
Welcome to hell. You saw how I fought the works. Hell's me wielding a weapon.
They say hell is other people. It's us specifically, Shin.
Almost died a little bit.
Man, I really just came a little bit in my mouth just there. Crazy.
What?
I mean, what?
Excuse me?
That'd be very impressive, to be honest. Especially considering you're like the angling of the screen. That would have been a very stealthy maneuver.
Well, JK.
You're not looking.
I am looking. You don't know where my screens are. I have screens all over my fucking house.
Yeah, okay.
Okay,
Can you describe what you're eating to the class?
Hey, fucking prosciutto on a baguette. Well,
Oh, dude, I'm so upset. I wish I had prosciutto. Wait, no, I have prosciutto.
How are we
Fuck.
doing, dreamers?
You missed the trilling.
I see it's 10:41.
Bash me late as always, Lee.
Indeed. All right. Indeed, do. So, we turn. Pat, yes, Aj is gonna take your character to the PP zone.
Sweet.
The PP zone. Wait, does that mean that they have to use the elevator?
Yeah, actually. So, but nobody can use the elevator right now.
Yeah. So they,
Oh,
but
yeah,
they can't.
fuck me.
There's gotta be
guess I will
stairs,
wait.
right? Or a ladder.
There's an exterior ladder, but there's not an interior ladder.
Fine, I guess I will
Yeah.
hold off.
I sternly remind
Wow.
you, you're not allowed to do that right now.
With design like this, you would almost think the human empire was cutting corners or something.
God, do y'all just have like a bottle
They're
or
good for
something? I can
nothing.
fucking go to an isolated corner if that's what it takes. I really gotta pee.
They're like, well, there is the great outdoor.
Jesus.
Is there really the great
Oh,
outdoors?
while this
We're in
By the
subcells.
mother's programming.
Huh? Okay. While that spectacle is ongoing, Finley would be on his tablet controlling his drone. I said tablet means slate.
I see. Well, so you've got your so drone terminals are a distinct item.
Well, I was reading up on this, and this is something I want to clarify actually. Drone terminals are a distinct thing, but since this is a civilian model drone, the quadcopter, it says that many civilian model drones can also be controlled from slates and comm boxes.
Sure, it's just a much less secure connection, which invites counter e-war
All right,
stuff.
never mind then.
You could do it, but you're
No,
inviting the possibility of being hacked.
That's very fair. But a drone terminal probably looks like a drone terminal.
Well, you might be able to have one that is like disguised as your clipboard.
Perfect. I have one that.
Or
Yes,
one
yes, in my
that looks like your
clipboard.
clipboard. Yeah, you got the clipboard
Yes.
out, and you're like, oh, I was looking at this paper, angling this paper really intently.
And I want
presumably the
to-
clipboard has a screen on it or something.
I mean, it's an electronic clipboard,
Yeah.
e-board. And I would, with that, I would want to, start the drone.
All right, yeah.
You're just too flattering.
So you can see from the drone, right? Move it.
No.
What? Why the fuck not?
I don't know.
Why did
Yes,
this one get
okay.
changed from being fucking Finley's? Car. Okay.
Oh, okay, yeah.
How about now?
Rattle leap.
Rattle it
You
down.
do. Thank you.
So,
All right, so I'm going to move it at speed because I read the rules.
mhm.
So I'd be able to get here. Oh wait, no shit. That's a thing. It would really get more or less there, and then have 1 meter left over, but that's fine.
So there's a little vent. The quadcopter's manipulator arm is not really great.
Mm-hmm.
But it could do the job. Do you want to open the vent?
I presume that if they had maintenance quadcopters, like they mentioned in the conversation, it'll probably be.
They
this
mentioned drones.
small. They mentioned drones.
It could, yeah. I mean, like, this is a Thren facility. It could be Thren drones that we're talking about, though.
That's possible. Presumably, this is like some sort of Trinity standard model.
Oh yeah. I mean, that's
Whatever's the least conspicuous, probably what I was issued. Yeah, the thing is, I can't imagine the drone's going to be sneaky enough to sneak across this room. Because if I remember how the map laid out, this is the same room as I was peeked in earlier. And if they see me, I just have to count on the fact that this drone is visually similar enough that its digital distinguishment would give it credibility. I can go
one
for it.
also
Yeah, fuck it.
wonders. Well, one wonders why. Sorry, I can't be there to coach.
You
on this
pop
one, but-
open the door.
Don't
you,
think this is a
you,
good
you,
idea.
you use a little arm manipulator. Yeah, you have to go with like it requires a different amount of pressure than things normally meant by be touched by the new player arm. You use the little annoying drag pad thing on a phone game, like, and you pop open this vent, and the quadcopter is looking out into the room. What do you want to do?
All right. There's no vent on the other side. There's an actual door. Very rude of them. And a computer. Oh shit. Shit. I mean, drones are not quiet.
No, there
No.
are 4, and like your rotors going.
Okay,
and
then
you
it's just gotta
open
kind of
that.
nonchalantly float across the room towards the door.
All right,
Because there's no point in sneaking, so it's gonna try to fly casually.
all right. The
There's
engineer.
no better option.
All right, so you're like here, right? And the engineer looks at the scientist and says, "Hey, when did we have quadcopters?" And the scientist, going for his slate and calling, says, "We don't," and steps into cover. So,
Okay, well,
the
That's exactly what I was afraid of.
Duthaka gets a little buzz on his slate, and he's like, "That's strange." And he goes for it.
Shit. I don't imagine you put a self-destruct mechanism on this quadcopter.
No, the civilian quadcopter you obtained at, like, Space Radio Shack did not have it. If you'd gone to Sparrow's and
Damn
asked
it.
for a drone, they might have given you something that caused an explosive reaction. But
Okay. There's only what's the most this big machinery bit in front of me? What's the most crunchy to the point of data unrecoverable bit of it?
what, your drone terminal?
I'm talking about this is the big machinery that's doing all the nonsense with the metal bits, where the quadcopter is. Is there any bit of this machinery that's doing a significant enough mechanical action that I believe if I crashed into it in the right way, it would crush the drone's computer bits enough that it would be pretty much impossible to get any data off them?
That's a good question. Actually.
That would be really hard because this is a mostly closed box, open as much as it needs to be to radiate heat for the nanites to operate, and you're gonna be talking about, I mean, honestly, the fucking conveyor belt. Like, just like absolutely like coming in. Like, imagine that these are like a guillotine, right? You're sliding in, begging for the executioner's blade to absolutely snap the fucking hard drive. That's what you gotta hope for. And even then, the highest level of data retrieval, which would take a lot of time and effort, would probably get something back.
Well, I mean, highest level data retrieval, they're going to realize we're not supposed to be here. So
make
as
an
long as it buys us
so
hours.
make an
Okay.
operation test.
All right.
Meanwhile, yeah, over here. So Kulger, you note
Oh
as
shit,
you're
I'm really bad at operation.
Kulger, as you're yeah, you can actually hold on. I think you can use systems for any test that you'd use operation for, because I think
Can
I
I
altered
can I do it does say that, yes.
Yeah, then make a system instead. Kulger,
Okay,
you
but-
would note this elevator has one more floor down than it's supposed to. There's a floor 0.
Holy shit.
I would, I guess, type this in my slate, and relay this information to the group.
Alright, so the quadcopter is
I have a feeling we're about to
subjected
get uninvited from being
to
here.
a crushy. And yeah, it takes 1 damage. It has 1 health. It's fucking broken. And you'll lose contact with the drone.
Hopefully that's enough to at least buy us enough time. So then I'm going to, after a solid little bit of wait time, put my tablet away.
Alright, so like,
I don't want to put it away right as the drone is crushed. That's sussy.
yeah. So does anybody do anything when you see the war dancer Duthka,
I'm
who's
probably-
been with
I'm probably
you
over
going
here.
for his slate?
Yeah, actually, no. You know what? This is exactly when I say, hey, great outdoors, right? Where at?
And he's like, "Oh yeah, sure." He kind of like he steps back, and Aj like steps into the room with you. Like, yeah. So how's it going on? And he points to that door as he's looking at his slate, and you see that there's like a security alert. And he's like, "What the fuck?" And he's like, "Hey, wait here." There's Look, this is gonna have to wait, and
God damn it! I would really take a bottle. I'm not hard to please.
the Duthka Orly Sin is standing here, and like Duthka doesn't say anything to it, but it just stands right here. And Duthka comes down.
Christ.
You hear two other sets of hooves as Duthka opens this central hallway door, comes around a corner, and yeah, what are you guys
I don't wanna
doing?
pee in my space shit again. Or spacesuit again.
Okay. Shit, the workers back in here.
Yeah.
I just kind of chill in the corner nonchalantly. We already fucked this whole thing up, didn't we? But that's fine. We can fight our way through here at this point.
Hey, whoa.
Go back to plan B, battle.
Get the we out of this, okay?
No,
I
it
had
was
nothing
all
to
of
do
us
with
together.
this.
This was all of our fault.
No.
Al wasn't trying to give me advice that would have solved this problem. Not at all.
No. I did nothing wrong.
What are you, French, talking about this Wii? So yeah, what are you, a Nintendo fanboy talking about this Wii? So anyway,
Oh my God, banned.
yeah, so
I
Aj kind of looks at her slate. It's like, oh no, hold on. Oh wow, this is a really weird alert. But don't worry, people are coming to take care of it. And
Care of what?
Okay.
it seems like there was some sort of kind of trails off and says it's not really clear, but this is a security breach. That's not normal.
Well, I'm about to start the test with the elevator shaft. Like, is this going to be a problem?
And she's like, you probably don't want to do that. If you do that, it'll be hard for people to get up and down.
Well, no, people can't get up and down right now. But the
And
test is to move it up and down.
Aj is like, wow, that seems like it's really going to complicate people's ability to move between the levels of this facility.
That's
How
kind of the whole
inconvenient that it's
point.
happening right now. Well, yeah, I mean, I honestly don't know, because it seems that some other mechanical thing got sabotaged. I mean, what if there's some sort of saboteur? Oh gosh.
Well,
Fuck.
Why do you guys sound like that? You sound like you're the saboteur.
What do you mean I sound like I'm the saboteur?
Wait, you be explaining shit way too in depth.
She waves her slate at you, it's got like a little alert, and it's like, you know, it's like, something
Alright,
broke,
alright.
okay? And there's a security alert. What am I supposed to think?
Everybody
Alright.
shut up. Let's just sit this out. Not our
what
job to look into sabotage. This is their facility.
Well, but I gotta fix this damn thingamajig. I ain't getting no
You've been
text
doing
back.
help.
And worker Aj is like, a thingamajig? Wait, you're all certified for this, right?
Obviously.
Yeah, we're not to say thingamajig. It's a colloquial term.
I mean, yeah,
We're endearing blue-collar workers. We use this terminology to endear ourselves towards the people above us in traditional social structures.
He's like,
When
well,
we
I'm not
baffle
above
them
you.
with we baffle them with overly complex language, they get angry. And yes, we realize you're not of that tier. You would understand what we were saying if we said it properly. However, once one spends enough time around the sorts that would be offended by you speaking over their head, you sort of fall into habits of saying things like thingamajig.
Yeah,
Honey,
Yeah,
sexy.
what the Wrath said. I totally didn't forget what we were doing.
yeah, so that's fair enough. And so, so there is like a bit of a hubbub, and the orderly synth's eyes sort of flash on and say, priority, reestablish lift operation. And
Okay, you heard the
the orderly starts stepping into the room with you, and starts to move towards the machinery.
I kind of just like say, hey, don't mess with Koger while he's working.
And it says priority, reestablish lift operation.
Yeah, Koger's gonna do that right now, obviously, but don't finick with him.
It
He
looks
tends to
right
get
at
grumpy.
you, Kulger. It says restore lift operation immediately.
okay, you must have not been in the room when I said this. This thing is working. I just now need to test it. But y'all security isn't good enough to test it or to test it safely.
If the
I
lift,
don't know what you want me to do.
the lift must be operational.
The lift
And you
is
do see,
operational.
so they've sent out a call. Are you so like the lift is going to a level above here right now is what it's doing, Kulger. Are you doing anything to stop that?
No, probably not.
All right.
I don't see why we would. I mean, we're not responsible for the sabotage.
No.
Oh, what sabotage?
I mean, the one that worker Oz just met. You know what?
I
You
got
don't know
text
why
back
we're.
yet. I took my phone.
Yeah. So yeah, you do have a text back, and it's like,
Oh, fuck yeah.
and it's sort of like the Thren glyph that means LOL, followed by, oh shit, things a little hairy at my work. Might need some de-stressing afterwards, though.
Oh, winky face.
Amazing, amazing.
Yeah.
Oh, wait.
I'm
what?
assuming
Oh,
you're
shit.
wearing like at the very
Wait!
least.
Wait!
Texting someone that works at the place we're messing with right now.
Fuck!
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Amazing.
The text him like, oh, winky face, what's going on?
You don't get an immediate response. So the
Ask him,
elevator,
ask him to send a sexy picture. You might be able to
the
picture me
elevator
on the background.
descends to your level, and you guys hear some
fuck.
hooves moving around outside.
This is fucking whack.
I feel like Lee has some very clever thing in his mind that we should do right now to get out of this situation.
I don't.
Oh.
I don't actually.
Anyway, you guys, I mean, feet are coming, hooves are clawed. I mean, in one set of like 4 feet, as like the elevator opens, the southern door opens, you see
Oh fuck!
Toothpica
The
reemerge,
overseer.
and you
oh, we can't be
see
seen that
bright
that
wide
motherfucker.
foam coming around the corner.
God
And
damn
over
it!
his shoulder, the War Dancer boy toy, who you picked up the number of, Zhivka. And they're
Oh, this is fucking awkward.
If you'll remember, Lee, I held up a clipboard in front of my face when we met with Brightwide.
Yep.
This will definitely save me in this instance.
Toothpica's
Louise is not wearing her usual makeup,
odd.
but I don't think that we're gonna get away with this.
No, I turn around. I'm not facing that direction.
Alright, so Chris.
Yeah, I mean, you and probably Kulger are.
No, I just turn around.
Alright, so Kulger, what do you want to do around this juncture? There's people coming, the elevator tests aren't done.
Yeah, I'm just gonna continue facing the machine. I'm like, oh yeah, I'm just reading diagnostics. Someone's using the elevator.
Toothpica kind of like looks at you and gives you all a dirty glance and says, ahem. I'm afraid there's been a security concern arisen. And Bright White Foam comes in and says, a security concern indeed. There has been a drone crash. Most unfortunate. And he sort of steps in and he says, strangely, the drone's ID indicates it was sold at a spaceport recently. And he looks around and he says, my, you seem familiar, he says towards Kulger. Aren't you the one who had an interest in Thorn Sentries?
Yes, I'm a mechanic.
Yes, we met.
not remember?
I do remember. Was it the free merchant ship Scorpio you were working with, yes?
This motherfucker has a goddamn good memory. I hate him.
Yeah,
This was a
and
day ago.
we have a mechanical repair job.
That's fascinating.
And so
a free merchant crew sent as a replacement for our repair team. And
Hey,
are you
have
all
not
certified?
seen my resume.
I haven't seen your resume indeed. How strange you're all certified in this particular bit of lift engineering. And he's looking around at all of you.
I mean, the lift you just used is working properly. Even better than before, let me remind you.
It is. It properly sung. Indeed. And
I will say this: there's still 3 more tests. I'm just trying to like extend the conversation. I'm glossing over the fact that we are
Yeah,
sus.
the warden just kind of starts to, like, you know, casual walk into the room and, like, take a stance next to you. And this guy comes up and he's like, oh, wait. And he looks at you and he's like, oh. As Zhivka, as the War Dancer boy toy from earlier, notices who's here. And he leans in and he's like, funny running into you here, huh?
God!
What up?
First off, he's a dick, and I love
circumstances?
that for him. Second off, I'm sweating bullets, but I'm really trying hard not to.
So Bright
You know,
White
not to
Foam
do anything
says,
out of sus.
indeed, Kolger, was it? I think you've done a grand
Oh, it was
job
Gulker.
here."
It was Gulker. It was
Go-
Gulker.
And his eyes go wide and he says, wait a minute.
Wait, no, was it? No. Sorry, it was Col. No,
As
I didn't
as
say
Blue
that out
East
loud.
gives the fake
No,
name.
I did not say that out loud. I was trying to
Okay.
remind you, but I was very wrong, obviously.
So here's the other.
That's the other
Bright
fake name.
White Foam has heard Gulker in another situation.
Yeah,
and
I
is
forgot
now
that.
trying to-
No,
Okay,
I
yeah.
didn't do that.
The
You
only
don't-
time Gulker came up was when I got cut off, so they actually should not have heard that.
They heard Gull. I think they heard Gull, but they didn't hear the cur.
Correct.
Yeah, so he's like,
Maybe.
well, given the unusual circumstance and the potential that there are some interlocutors on this level, potentially using drones, for your safety, your host, Vraja Druin, requests that you join them in their dining chambers. And,
We get food?
and Aj's like, oh yes, there's food up there, and hey, we can get you those hesh nuts, she says, giving a little, like, elbow to rattle Dep Deep.
Hell yeah! I want to, like, high five.
Yeah, you go a little high five.
Well, at least we'll get the chance to use the bathroom finally.
And Bright White Foam is like, indeed. And, Thuthka kind of looks at you all like, this is shady as hell. And Bright White Foam, they're like, oh, by all means, after you, after they send the orderly synth on ahead to, block a doorway.
So, I guess we're not finishing this job, but and I start listing off the procedures, going back to his monotone,
Kolga,
this is what you need
this
to do.
floor isn't safe. You would not endanger your herd by having them tarry here. For all we know, there are F3 saboteurs about, using drones for a remote attack. It is of the essence that we reach a secure floor shortly.
Yes, I would like to go to a secure floor. Secure the better.
Good point.
Safety is all good and well, but my certificate's on the line if this doesn't work properly after I leave.
Don't worry, we will be sure to attend to your certification. And Aj is coming with you guys. The boy toy is like, well, I suppose I'm escorting you to safety. Wink to Zhivka.
God, he's so
Yeah.
horny.
All right, you guys hop
Do
aboard
some
the.
de-stressing if we,
He's
Get
like,
away.
wow. He's like, at work. I mean, wow. I mean, I'm kind of into that.
Wow, it's kind of taboo. Ooh.
Yeah, he's thinking about it. All right, so.
wouldn't it be the first time, or the second time, or the third time, or the fourth, and I just keep listing.
And he nods. This is very common in the Ren culture. So you guys all just pop into the elevator, right?
Yeah. I mean,
Alright,
it works, right?
So the orderly synth is kept down here for security purposes, but all the war dancers that you saw earlier come with you. And
Are we gonna have a dope John Wick elevator fight?
No.
if you would like to start an
If
elevator
you
fight,
instigate it.
if you'd like to start an elevator fight, you could do that. That's a choice
All
in
of
this
my
role-playing
ideas
game.
this session have been terrible, so maybe not.
I think we just go have ourselves a nice lunch and then go.
I disagree. I
Does
think
anyone
this is the
remember
best way it
episode
could
5
have
of
turned out.
Star Wars? When Darth Vader's sitting there, they're like, let's have dinner, and then they open the door, and Darth Vader's there, and Han tries to shoot them, and he blocks the blaster bolt with his hand.
Mhm.
I mean,
That's what's gonna happen.
possibly.
If I know one thing about Change Stars, and I'd like to think I do, given how much time I spent talking to Pat and D, I know that whenever they come across any sort of thing that they're like, what should we do with the lore here? they just watch Star Wars again and then just do whatever that says. It really is, to be honest, just a Star Wars system by a different name.
That's exceedingly inaccurate.
I mean, what are the Thread but Twi'leks but a different name?
Literally
And
not
what is
that.
Marad by Ryloth? Marad, also famously a polar-locked planet, in which half the planet is eternally darkness and half the planet is eternally light, and all civilization lives across the Corona Band. That's Marad.
The Corona Band.
That's technically not true about Murad.
Yeah, so
Yep.
they pile out, but Duthka puts up a hand and says, "Oh yes, you there. I believe that you were going to ride up with me to the bathroom level."
Is it not on this level? Why are there so many levels?
Oh well,
so
there
few
are.
bathrooms.
Yeah, so you
Two
guys,
bathrooms.
you guys all pile out, and hey, it's like the refreshment zone.
I don't have any line of sight at all.
Yeah,
I feel
we're all in
Do I feel
blackness.
refreshed?
It's because I haven't moved you. Well,
We're not real yet.
you haven't had time to boink the boy toy yet.
Fuck.
Yes, that's what you're trying to do, but it
Maybe-
hasn't happened yet.
Don't remind me of my real life failures and my fantasy escapism.
Amazing.
So
Yeah, I ride to the.
you ride up to the bathroom level, which is also
I
known
legitimately
as
pee?
and yeah, so the doors slide open and reveal a grand zone beyond which you file into. As you take in this elegant room, which is about to have a new element whenever I fucking go down. Oh shit, Pat, I didn't put the thing in that you made. Could you?
Oh yeah, GM. Yeah, I have GM abilities. Let me do that.
Yeah, so you guys see an
But I don't
elegant.
have upload. Oh, fuck me.
I'll
You're
do it.
gonna
I'll
have
do it.
to-
Yeah, my laptop is
Yeah,
just
you're
gonna take a
gonna have to do it,
moment
I'm
to get
sorry.
it. Anyway, there's a very nice tree table centerpiece here that would be very striking if it existed in your vision. But just use your imaginations here for a moment as we play pretend. You see that there are like windows into other chambers where you see some people, like some humans, some Threads, some technicians, some people just chilling. Lots of greenery on the walls, lots of art from various cultures. In fact, you believe, those of you who study, various cultures, that looks like a Keth artifact.
Holy shit. It's a calf butt plug.
It's more of a head statuette, but you know. And a traditional piece of art associated with Thren families. This one of the Druine.
Fancy. When am I getting out of the bathroom?
Yeah, so you go upstairs and you go to the bathroom, which was always here on the hangar level, by the way.
If there's one
Get.
thing I know about Lee, it's that he's obsessive about including bathrooms on all of his maps.
The thing is, I am in a lot of them, but this was one where I fucking dropped the ball. Thinking literally,
I mean,
I always had a
I've been
bathroom.
there in calls with you where you're doing like dev streaming stuff, and you're sitting there and you're panting. You go, yeah, that's where the bathroom's gonna go.
Amazing.
God.
Ew.
So, yeah, you do.
I
You,
put textures.
I'm assuming that you don't do anything clever in the bathroom.
No, I don't do anything clever in the bathroom, though I did take that bolter gun that I made, and
That was-
maybe I.
Give me a maneuver
Yeah.
to have like obtained that shit. Also, it's empty, but give me a maneuver to obtain that shit without anybody like raising a question.
I mean, presumably I made it and then put it on the table and then
Yeah,
put
it's
it
on
in
the
my
table.
box.
Yeah, that's the weird thing. When you put it in the box, is the weird thing. That
Okay,
like
fair.
there were people to witness.
Oh
So
no
we
no no,
got-
you're fair. I mean that was before everything went down. But,
Right.
yeah.
You still would have been weird to see you taking
Okay.
a bolt gun that you randomly assembled. Yeah, you managed to palm it in. You're
Right.
if I were to give you a geographical region for your palming, I'd say you were Pomeranian. Anyway, you find yourselves
Oh.
here before the broad desk of Raja Druin, and who claps, and they summon forth a cool little like table. They say, "Come, come. So sorry that you should have to visit us for this maintenance work at such an inopportune time. It should seem there's been a disturbance on the lower floors. You know that there's an aquarium in one corner with a thorn sentry standing in front of it? And beyond this door behind them, there is like a big security terminal there's a word answer at. And, yeah, just position yourselves where you think you'd be in the room.
So presumably there's a
And bright white
table here?
bright white foam comes over to their side, and yeah, whenever my laptop is incredibly slow, so it's gonna exist at some point.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Here, let me give you like a green or brown circle to represent it. Boop.
So yeah, you guys are here, and Viraj Dwayne, bids you to, sit and enjoy the table, which is, for reference, a tree, like a living tree that has been finely manicured. With several like chairs, wound up around, of similar artifice.
Weird.
Indeed. So, Raja bids you sit and says, "Welcome, welcome." Now, I'm given to understand that, from Bright White Foam here, that you're also the crew that delivered some foundry parts for us recently.
Yep, we're in the area.
Aye. And you're all certified lift technicians for an antiquated piece of technology.
Is it wrong to dabble into multiple fields? Like,
Oh, no, not at all. In fact, I find it rather intriguing. Indeed, you're called to learn many things in life, and your pursuits that you've taken are most fascinating to me. Kulgur, is it?
yes.
What a lovely name. Well, welcome. Welcome to my abode. This is where I keep my residence of the moment, where I've worked here in what would have been the highlands of the Druin territories of this world we now know as Styre's Steeple. Of course, it was once known by another name, the name ascribed now to its star, Barshore. And almost as if to illustrate the point, their holographic 3D computer throws up a little, diagram of the sun. So, come, enjoy yourselves. Tell me, can we have any refreshments fetched for you? Finley, you just chilling on the couch to the side?
Yeah. Oh, there's like a table in the middle. Okay.
Well, whenever my laptop loads, there will be one.
There is now. It popped in right as I said I'm sitting on the couch. I would have sat on the table if there was a table, but I sat on the couch because that was the seating available when I moved on a character.
Yeah, so.
I've been helping you out, Lee.
Yeah, so you guys pop in. I'm just incredibly frustrated with what's going on right now. You pop in, and the group is gathered up. And yeah, does anybody ask for any refreshments to be brought?
Yeah, I asked if I could for a Muirnclaw. Don't think that's too abnormal.
Fine taste. We'll bring you your beverage shortly. And yes, with the very authentic Impliwats and other ingredients, you receive your cocktail.
Oh, wow. This is actually amazing. Thank you so much.
Of course, only the finest. Here. The heart of the Druins. And you see that they're swilling like this. They've got this circular tumbler, and you see within there's this bright orange substance, and they say, there is a certain fruit, native to Maraud, but particularly altered to suit this planet's seas, which, with the right amount of dry land, just above the migratory seas, has great potential, worked into a potent liqueur.
Well, I mean, it would be rude of me not to taste your personal house liqueur if you're offering.
Oh, indeed. There is, sadly, sparingly little of it, but it is rare that I get the occasion to meet the deliverers of these instruments. So it is very fitting. And it's not shift-seen properly now, whatever.
No, that's beautiful. It showed up perfectly for me.
Yeah, so here's the table. It will now be table-sized on the map.
I didn't want to say anything, but I was gonna.
The world got controlled by the table.
Yeah.
I was aware. It just Roll 20
Okay.
is not agreeing with me right now. So yeah, it sort of extends out from the front of Raj's table. And... Oh, now all the drawn-on stuff is over it, if you could...
I'm sorry. Do you want me to delete that?
Yeah. So, Raj's like, yes. You know, my grandmother pruned this tree, and my ancestors before her as well. It is a testament to consideration for subsequent generations. Their needs, desires, and other concerns. Now then.
It's very beautiful.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, so they bring out the orange liqueur. It is quite a tasty citrus liqueur.
Shit, you're gonna make me want to drink some
Yeah, if you care.
orange curacao now.
Yeah, so you guys are free to, like, throw yourselves down wherever at the table. Kulgar, are you just not at the table, or are you, like, aim back? I realized where the table was very unclear for a while there, so
Yeah,
I'll be
on
that's
the
why
table
I'm
on this side.
Alright. Yeah, you're near the host, and they invite you to, consider the grand offerings, and they bring out, like, a nice hummusy spread with fruits, crackers, the kind you eat, and all sorts. And yeah, the War Dancer boy toy sort of leans, like, sort of hovers near Zhivka, whistling. Aj throws down on the sofa for the moment. And the War Dancer's kind of, they're chilling on the walls. And
This
Raj
is
says,
highly decadent.
indeed. Now, I would like to advise that all of you be very careful while you're on Star Steeple. You see, while it is normally a very peaceful world, recently, my dear right hand, Bright Wide Foam, was shot down. Indeed, Bright Wide Foam leans in. They attacked the fuel line of our vessel. Nearly died in the inferno. And you do note that there is a bit of, like, singe on the side of Bright Wide Foam's, like, pachydermy dermis. And Raj
Oh
says,
no, how awful.
Indeed. When you say, oh no, how awful, give me a communicate test.
I knew you were gonna do that, but I couldn't resist. I'm very convincing.
Very not sarcastic.
Yeah. And Raj Dween just sort of, like, looks at you pleasantly. They have very ornate ornaments, not of the military fashion that you normally see, but of a more decorative style. And yeah, they say, how strange it is, then, that shuttles registered to your vessel keep finding themselves in proximity to my business, not just that you have been summoned for, but on other occasions. How strange indeed that our regular maintenance crew has been waylaid, and we're getting interesting response back. Apparently there's a temporary law enforcement hold on all information relating to the delay, and now a bit of sabotage. I dare say, for everyone's safety, I must insist that you enjoy my hospitality until we've heard back from the authorities as to what held that other maintenance crew. Perhaps these people shooting down shuttles are afoot.
Oh, that's dreadful.
And Bright White Foam nods and says, one of them even had a Raptor gunship with operational gun.
That's
Raj is like, oh my.
Unlikely. That's illegal.
Well, it is possible with proper Logi 2410 to have one which has fallen through legitimate chain of custody.
I suppose could be human supremacists then at that point.
Oh, well, they don't tend to have legitimate paperwork. But there aren't many of those here, no. I think you will find that a greater harmony is reached towards here, on our world. Styre's steeple and its lovely steeple people, yes. Not much in the way of them, although there are some misguided individuals with the, I believe it is Free Frontier Front, or F3. People do love acronyms. I never want jobs for them, but I will say, it is fascinating, isn't it, that you also happen to be in possession of a Raptor gunship with just that unique specification. Now, there's no record of it in the area, but eyewitnesses do say it took off rather towards a ship in orbit. Who's to say, a visual upon the migratory seas and the tops of rafts. Such a series of coincidences the Druine family seems to find themselves confronted with.
So I guess
looking at all of you like, what a coincidence.
I guess we.
All right.
I didn't think that was gonna be public
It's a shame
knowledge.
this isn't add up because I could use the natural con or whatever the one is and make a ridiculous loss.
No, it isn't, Blue East. It isn't public knowledge.
I was under the impression I was pretty stealthy flying that shit out. They must have an eye on us for sure.
Well, there were people in visual range who could have said, yeah, it was a Raptor dropship. But also, bright wide foam, right? Like this guy who, lived. Like, you flew right up to his face with a gun trained on him.
We did do that. We should have killed him.
Y'all were against me
that
killing
would be
people.
pretty illegal.
It's not illegal if no one catches you.
So, well,
We're not having this conversation right now.
Yeah, everything would have been recorded by Mother, and so it's hard for you to do anything with your equipment and not get caught. Anyway, yeah. So all of you who would like to say something to try and cover that, we'll communicate. Everyone who just wants to keep their fucking mouth shut and show absolutely no sign that this has bothered you at all, roll me a resolve.
Bam!
I mean, I've been talking until now, so I'm not gonna stop talking. I'd say, strange indeed. But I let Finley speak first, because I want to hear what our party line's gonna be. Are we lying or?
Oh, I'm not talking.
I didn't say you. I said Finley.
I mean, yeah, we're gonna lie. Are you fucking kidding me? We're gonna say, yeah, got us. We're Trinity secret agents. Man,
I mean,
you're so
are we
clever.
going to lie about having?
I mean, do you have a way of communicating that while you're at the table? What does Finley say?
Yeah, I mean, presumably you're the one talking first, so whatever you say, I back up.
All right. Well, I'm gonna say that's very interesting. There's quite a few ships up in orbit. I don't seem to recall having a Raptor among our retinue. We've got the Koi. We've got space for another ship, but ships are expensive.
All right. So Raj says, fascinating. And then
I gotta roll communicate on that shit. I haven't even done that yet. Where's my character?
You've also asserted a fact, which there's ways to double check.
Yes.
So regardless of what you roll here, if Raj is double, a visual scan will indicate whether or not there are two shuttles berthed, because you don't have interior hangars. You have exterior berths that they latch onto.
Okay, so it doesn't hide the fact. Wait, okay, sorry, I'm sorry. Wait, okay, can I backtrack then? Because I actually thought they were hidden on the inside of a ship.
Wait, no, Pat, literally, you were like, they don't really go out much for, interior hangars to park, and I'm like, okay, well, then they'll be affixed to the outside a bit, and you're like, yeah, that sounds good. So I thought this was, a little building detail that you drove.
I'm sorry!
Misunderstanding? Am I misunderstanding? Yeah.
I misunderstood, because I thought you kept with your original idea that they were hung inside.
No, I didn't.
I misunderstood.
Okay. If somebody got a visual scan of the underside of the ship, they would see a Koi and a Raptor dropship, slurped up to the bottom of your ship.
Okay, then. Big time backtrack, Ken, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Because I misunderstood that. Yes, we have a Raptor on our vessel, but it is not equipped with operational weaponry like that.
All right, yeah. So you feel like Raj's like, and you don't feel like you're getting them to believe you.
I'm gonna try and push that, but I'm not really hoping for much here. I'm
gonna
not a
edge it.
talker.
I'm gonna reach. You go for the reach. You try and get around the situation.
Go into X cancel. Come on. God damn it. Cancel. Okay. And let's try. Oh, thank God.
All right. Yeah. Well. So important note, Finley. You can share your successes with people who are in your party. But Finley, what do you say? What do you do?
I mean, fuck. I'm trying to dig us out of a hole here.
You are the talkie boy.
I am the talkie boy. I mean, my line would be more or less. What did you say again, Pat? Real quick, short version.
So yeah, the short version is I did not lie about us not having a ship. I, in fact, said that we do have a Raptor, but it is not equipped with, weaponry.
Okay, here's what I say. Listen, we're new on this planet. Clearly, there's some sort of political tension going on here that we scarcely know about. Now, I'm not of that mindset, but if I were some sort of shadowy terroristical operative with that Triple T group you were talking about, I might deign to frame a newly in-system group of free traders with unknown associations for any sort of incidents going on.
Indeed. That is very much like them. And tell me.
Also, we literally just fixed maintained your lift, made it better. Like,
Yeah.
does not so my work.
Do you even lift, bro?
Fascinating that you've come here and worked on my lift.
He's an expert.
So, so...
I'm here to fix things.
So, Finley, you do an
There was a
alright
request.
job. Zhivka, you try and stay calm. You wind up over-tweaking a cracker, and you flick some hummus at the boy toy. It lands on his cheek. He's like, oh, and he's like, oh, and you see him quite dexterously lick it off.
Damn.
Yep.
Go up an edge because you horny.
Yes.
Yes, that's the reason.
So, yeah, it's a bit of a social faux pas, though. You're like, oh no, I over-tweaked the cracker. Yeah,
I'm assuming these are the Thren traditional crackers where they've got like little seeds in them,
Yeah,
like
got
you know,
little
kind of like dehydrated seed crackers.
Yeah, and Raj is like,
Crusty
ah.
exterior.
I was like, ah,
Very nice.
yes, lovely. So, and they nod and like, that's fascinating. And one other question I had. You see, I have received another ship shortly after yours, and they happened to find signs of, most unfortunately, it seemed some sort of violence in the shadow of F4.
What? I mean,
Yes.
like, wait. So you've received another ship, and
Well-
it's got violence. How does that pertain to us?
Well, there was a ship coming through, and I believe that your vessel also jumped into the shadow of F4, as is common.
I mean, yeah, that's the way that we came. I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're trying to get at.
Well, just interesting that it should seem that a ship, there was some sort of a scuffle. It seemed that a preliminary scan apparently indicated railgun rounds had been fired, and bits of ship were quite floating in space. They were in a rapidly degrading orbit, so I suspect that they will be gone by now, but it is interesting. Considering the trajectory and where they seem to have left from, one might almost be tempted to say that you might have had a little run-in with, say, a certain sanguine vessel. A red J, if you will.
You're
A core
making a
question.
lot of assumptions. Yeah, sorry.
Trinity Fleet intelligence officers. Are they equipped with cyanide teeth?
No.
No, that's a human empire.
No, they're fucking not.
Damn it! There goes my plan.
You're making a lot of assumptions and attaching them to us.
Yes, well, it is rather the case that you keep seeming to be in the area, isn't it?
Well, it's almost like we're a bunch of entrepreneuring people trying to make a goddamn living in this galaxy, and people were like, oh, hey, you have elevator fixing certification, the team drank too much and got arrested, maybe you should go and do the thing, because we're friends with the governor, owe him a fucking favor. Maybe we deliver you the package, because there's a free merchant ship coming to the system. Have you ever considered, for just a moment, that potentially people in our positions often end up in situations where people assign things to us because the people going about their daily lives, getting coffees and filing TPS reports, they're not brought on to do weird things. When you do a lot of weird things, such as is our business, occasionally people ascribe weirdness to you.
We're strangers in a train.
Indeed. I am a big fan of public transport, but we don't have many trains here.
Well, you know,
we should build them.
We prefer the more intimate forms of transportation, the flying wing,
piggyback rides,
the hovercraft.
As long as you don't build any hyperloops.
No, those are silly things. Indeed. Although there are some grand infrastructure projects, I'm sure you saw them as you came in.
Yes, the walls are beautiful to look at on postcards. Ugly sign of old empire bullshit, though.
Indeed, most unfortunate. But thankfully, there seems to be a fairly reliable stash of Orion Trading Company repair parts that they're trading off of. Otherwise, we'd be quite tight on the quotas.
Well, if you ask me, they're an eyesore. It's a pity they have to be kept around.
Indeed. Well, as one McMult a skin or pass into a new phase of metamorphosis, planets too go through stage and phases of life. Who's to say? If Raja kind of like cradles the little like tree nubby bit of the table. What stage next awaits? All we can do is plan fastidiously for the future. And Raj kind of looks around at all of you. And looks at Bright White Foam. Bright White Foam looks at Vraja. And Vraja says, Bright White Foam, why don't you go check our friend's vessel? They seem to be at the nexus of perhaps some sort of attempt to frame them or cause sabotage. We wouldn't want any tracking device or other dangerous item to be present upon their ship, would we? And Bright White Foam says, that would be most unfortunate. Of course, please allow us to extend you.
Certainly, but you're gonna have to let Colger or one of our own oversee it. It's my baby. I hope you understand.
Oh, I do understand, but I'm afraid that this level is the only one presently safe enough for civilians such as yourselves, because I am afraid that we have received proof positive, based on an analysis of our network, that a drone used on an apparent self-destruct attack upon a pure part of this facility was spoofing the ID of our own drones.
Oh
that suggests a level of sophistication of a operative of some sort.
Well then,
or you have an inside
I'm gonna have to say that we should probably call proper authorities. I mean, the Trinity should deal with this. Send in a peacekeeper.
And Roger Dwayne's like, oh, the peacekeepers. Well, perhaps they're more in the populated areas. And Roger Dwayne thinks about this
to wait.
And says, well, I'm sure we could have a look around, and once that's all done, perhaps we'll hear back about what it was that waylaid the original maintenance crew, and then my concerns would be sufficiently assuaged and you could depart. Come, come. Please, I know this is an inconvenience, but I have plenty of gifts and food to regale you with. In return for this unexpected hospitality, you must regrettably endure.
With all due respect, the job's not done yet. Like, can we at least finish that? Like, I know it's security risk, but it's really bugging me.
I'm
But I
afraid
can't finish.
we can't let you go to that floor. You could be, Kolga, you could be the subject of an assassination attempt for all we know.
Okay, that's fine. But can I at least finish it before I die? Like,
The bright white foam laughs and says, "He is commendable." And Viraja says, "Quite commendable indeed in your dedication to your craft, but I'm afraid I must once more deny you, Kolga. You see, we want to be absolutely certain that the lower floors are secure before we let anybody return to maintenance work." And Viraj says, "Bright white foam, you would ascend and check out their ship and be sure it's safe?" And Bright white foam's like, "Certainly." And Bright white foam begins to like leave with one of the war dancers.
Hey, that's my baby. Don't you go there without anybody supervising you.
Bright
I
white
mean, we're looking at the shuttle,
Zivka,
right?
Yeah,
Go
they're,
with them.
What? What?
Go with them. That's my baby.
Bright white
fucking
foam says,
Kool-Aid.
"I assure you I will be
Okay.
more than enough supervision for your koi." And
There's nothing on the shuttle. Fine.
Viraj is like,
I mean, yes, we cut a suspicious hole in the bottom, but it's not disguised, so they'll just think it's some weird modification we did.
Yeah, so Viraj is like, "Oh my, I'm sorry, Blue East, is it? You seem so..."
Wait, no, sorry. Did I introduce myself as Blue East?
Well, the thing is you didn't, but,
He knows my name.
well, they don't... Well, here's the thing.
Or they know. Sorry.
As
they
the
know.
as the pilot, you deliberately avoided anybody seeing you, right? At the
Yeah.
shuttle encounter. Okay. Then what was the fake name that you gave?
Azura.
Right. I don't know whether or not Viraja could just look up who's supposed to be the crew of your ship, but we'll say that
It's
there's
probably
a,
registered under Finley's name.
yeah, we'll say that there's a decent level of obfuscation because, you know, it's deliberately intended to obfuscate things.
Fair enough.
But yeah, I mean, you protested, but they're going. Are you gonna do anything about that?
I mean, like, I'm gonna stand up and say, look, this is very polite of you, and this is an extremely extenuating circumstance. None of this is, you know, normal. Never had this happen on a job before. Though I did have a run-in with some human supremacists once when I was doing a job out in the frontier, but you don't want to know about that. Anyway, look, I gotta ask, we gotta call some Trinity, you know, peacekeepers out here, because if there is a threat of sabotage from F3 terrorists, then
I assure you that we have been
don't
in
necessarily
contact.
trust your staff to handle it by themselves.
I certainly wouldn't want my staff in harm's way. I assure you, we're in communication with the Trinity Marshal's office.
Can I talk to the Trinity Marshals then?
Well,
There were a couple at the station when I was there. They might even recognize my name.
Viraja says, "Well, we are keeping their office abreast, but I can't say that we presently have a conference call. We're
well,
feeding
I
them
mean,
all
I have
relevant
direct contact
information."
with one of them.
Yeah.
Like,
We've
I can
spoken with the
literally
marshals. They're looking
get
for
you
some
connected.
F3 terrorists. Yeah, we can
Viraja
talk.
Druin says, "Well, until there's more information, I don't see any particular reason to bother
I
them.
don't
Their
see any
office,
particular reason why you have to be messing around on my baby. Okay?
well, we might. Your shuttle did come here unexpectedly, and if somebody was planning to perhaps sneak something aboard, they might have done it on your ship and then conveniently led you to this job."
All right. Look here, Mister. Or sorry. Look here, Mixter.
Mix.
What is the non-binary? What is the non-binary title?
hipster?
Look here.
Look here, hipster.
Family head. I've been around the frontier a couple times. I don't want anybody fucking around inside my child without me knowing. All right? So either I go overseas or I'm making a huge ass hissy fit next time I see those marshals.
And Raj is like, come, there's no need for that. What if we allowed you to observe it from a camera?
It'll be a little shady. I want to see it with my own eyes. Cameras can be foofed. Or floofed, or whatever the... What is the term? Floof?
I believe you're discussing the employment of one known as a fluffer. And Raja looks at Finley and says, that wouldn't happen to be your role, is it?
Well, I mean, if you check the paperwork, not officially, but let's just say the elevators are the only thing I'm certified in getting up.
Oh my god. By the mother.
Wait a second.
A man of
By the
many
mother
skills.
systems.
Alright, so Raja more or less says, come,
I want to seductively wink.
Alright, give me a communicate seductively wink.
Yes. I'm glad I have this big mug because I feel like I need to just slam it down to give the proper weight to that statement. Because, are you fucking kidding me? I am edging that.
Yeah. Holy shit.
That's more like it. I do panic a little bit.
Yeah, so you like,
You seduce
you give a great wink to the point where Viraja responds with like a forehead wiggle, and there's like an audible like clank of like the ornaments because they're all arranged in this way. And Finley, you get a super twist. You will get an automatic success the next time you're trying to lay the moves on someone. And, however, in the process, you do kind of want to laying your clipboard down, like on the table, and Kulger and Louise, from their vantage, can tell that is, like in the middle of it, obviously a drone terminal. And Aj might have been
close it this entire time.
Aj might have been able to see that, but you don't think Raja did. And yeah, so you're laying the moves on, and Raja's like, come, I assure you, there will be no floofing of any feeds. And then they snap their fingers, and this little like holographic terminal shows you like a ground eye view that scuttles around and looks as if though on a spider drone, and it's up in your shuttle.
All right. Well, let it be known that the pilot of this vessel did not consent to this activity. I'm gonna talk to some people.
It is
I'm
most
gonna
unfortunate.
speak to your manager.
It is most unfortunate this has occurred. However, I believe you will find that I am the one who manages the Druin family and our affairs.
All right, Bob.
Yeah.
I'm paying very close attention to the activities on the inside.
Yeah, so
not a scratch is going to be laid on my ship without my seeing it.
So they kind of like scrounge around. They look. They like pop open the extra hatch and look around, and they seem to leave it all in good order. But I would note that the spider's camera shows you what the spider's camera shows you, and you don't always have full view on the people inside.
How many are there? Two? Just the
It
two
seems
of them?
like the war dancer doesn't even bother going in. Bright Wide Foam does, as does an orderly synth and one of the workers up there, technician.
What? Why do you have a regular ass worker in there? Like, look, I get that your friend, your best friend,
What do you mean?
there.
What do you mean a regular ass
Your
worker?
best friend went in there, right? But why so many other people? And I get why the creepy looking synth went there.
Many hands make light work. They're all collaborating. It's unity. They're working in harmony. It's what we're all about here.
It's pretty interesting considering there's not that much space on that ship for that many things.
Well, there's like 4 or 5, like 3 or 4 distinct rooms on the Corey.
It is a small ship, though.
Oh, right.
It's
I
like
was, sorry.
an
I was
apartment.
Wait, am I thinking of the wrong ship then?
This is what the Corey looks like.
You're thinking of the Raptor, actually. I think.
And it
Yeah,
also
sorry, I'm
has a-
probably thinking of the Raptor because there's just 2 rooms.
Yeah, the Raptor has 2 rooms. The Koi has like, and a small like.
There's
actually, it's
there's
kind
the
of
back,
large
there's the
apartment.
living quarter, there's the cockpit,
Okay.
there's the drop into the reactor room, and then there's the airlock, which to be fair is just an airlock.
No, sorry, I was thinking of the wrong ship then. My bad.
Yeah, they go over it very thoroughly, and then sort of Bright White Foam gives a thumbs up to the camera, and after a Bright White Foam and the War Dancer come back down and say your vessel is secured.
You
And
didn't even look under panels or anything. Look, if there was an F3 Saboteur, they would probably have put it in a panel. God.
they're like, don't worry, we have these spectrum scanners, and they show you their little like Frisker Disker devices. We didn't want to molest your vessel. We understand that you were very sensitive about it, and we were trying to be polite.
No, I mean, if I was there with you, you could have done a more thorough search with my consent. I want to know just as much as you do if somebody's been using my ship for some sort of terrorist attack, okay?
Yes, but for your safety, we had to ensure that
Fuck
you
my
do not
safety.
lose.
If my ship goes, I go too.
I assure you that there's more to live for than a particular shuttle.
This is my child. Don't say that like it's meaningless, okay?
Finley kind of just makes towards Blue East, and he's like literally gave birth to it. It was freaky and weird, and we didn't entirely understand like how she fitted up there in the first place, but it came out.
And Bright White Foam laughs and says, I understand a deep connection to machinery. However, we all outlive
I
certain
am
losses.
disturbed.
And Raj
Take that back. Machines live forever. I'm kidding.
is like, so, we've all had a lovely time.
I am having a not lovely time, but I
I know.
appreciate your hospitality.
Unfortunate. And yeah, so
Wait, when do we get to eat?
there's been like a platter out, but somebody brings in, one of the workers brings in like a big old thing, and there's even some like traditional slugs, and there's also what appears to be I would say the only person who might recognize it is maybe Kulger, or maybe even Finley, depending on. Do you think Finley's a foodie?
Finley likes a good meal.
There's veal here.
Holy shit.
Ooh.
Yeah, there's veal, there's grub, there's traditional threatened grub worms, there's lots of fruit and stuff in the medley. Like, it's mostly not meat, but there is a finely, like, basted and garnished and soaked veal.
No fish?
Jesus Christ, Raja, what are you doing here?
No, the only fish that live here are Marauder form fishes that are really small, and you can cook them and eat them, but, like... they don't seem to
Okay,
be
yeah, but
doing
it'd be
anything.
like topping a pizza sort of fish, not plating sort of fish. Got it.
So, yeah, I mean, because the migratory seas, they have to be small and swift enough to be carried away by the current, or swim as fast as the sea.
Or you gotta be like a fish with like big old fanny fins so that you're more influenced by the current. But yeah.
Yeah.
That's not the point right
There
now.
might be some Crocodile Dundee rays, but yeah. Vraja, the meat comes out, and if you guys want to, you could drink a bit, because I think there's rules for alcohol.
Oh, fuck yeah.
And if you think that you're going to get, like, drunk enough to lose an edge, I believe that there would be other consequences to some of your rolls for a little while, but otherwise you just drink a polite amount and you'll be fine, or not drink at all, there's no pressure to drink in this society.
Coker's still working. He's not gonna drink.
Yeah,
Finley
Carter's
drinks.
doing, yeah.
Bluey's is channeling her stress into rage.
Yeah, so
Very, very human of her, I know, but
this goes
But-
on for, like some time. And you guys have been up here for like 30
how many
minutes.
hours?
You guys have been up here for like 30 minutes since doing your work down there, which is like 10 to 20 minutes.
I want to
Mostly on being
aggressively
here for an
flirt.
hour. Okay.
Aggressively?
With whom?
Your face.
Wait, Max, before you answer, this is the perfect time to pull a classic line. Everyone!
My.
Sonic
Yes.
damage has been delivered. Roll con save.
I had a different answer, but I think Pat's verbal assault, and I think assault is the right word, has swayed me.
But you get an automatic success from your last test. So on top of that, roll me a communicate, knowing that you'll have one more success than whatever it shows.
Hell yeah.
You do a wonderful job ingratiating yourself to the room at large, and Raj Dween's like, ah, my. Like such a fascinating individual. Tell me, what was your name again?
My name was Deeple Snarfly.
Ah, I see. And Bright White Foam's like, huh? I don't remember hearing that name when we were landing.
Oh, I apologize. No, yes, that's a nickname.
And as all this goes on, the boy toy to Jivka's kind of like, would you like a tour of the facilities? There's
Yes.
Awesome stuff around. Yeah.
That was a really quick answer. Holy shit.
The speed of that answer, yeah, and
Fucking hell.
yeah. So Jivka, the boy toy, like takes you out on the. Oh, he's like, so obviously this is the like communal like eating area. We got the snacks and such, the plants and such. Here we've got the cool side rooms with the glass windows and don't worry about that room. That's a really boring room. But if we come back around here,
What's so boring about it?
he thinks he's like, I don't know, it's for some people to go and do some things, science stuff. Comes in here, he's like, and here is our security
the fuck
nerve
am I?
center, and the technician
There we
is
go.
like, is she a new hire?
Yeah.
Question mark. And the boy toy is like, I'm showing her around, and the technician's like, that
I
really
wink.
wasn't an answer to my question.
I wink.
And
Aggressive winking.
And she's like, oh, well, I was going to go for my hash nut break anyway, so, 5 minutes early. And she, pops out. Hold on. There's an appropriate,
Huh?
there's an appropriate little,
What?
Yeah, so things occur within this room, right?
There you go. But it's not on top. I can still see the things.
So things that
That's close enough.
I can't get them above Shivka. I can't get them above Shivka's layer.
I'm above all.
Shivka is above the lewd. So
Except
yeah,
not really.
she's more of down in it, really. Shivka gets
Absolutely
into
covered in it.
it. Yeah,
Zivka, zero stress.
yeah.
Zero edge.
Yeah, Shivka, I believe you lose an edge.
Can I just admire the determination of this boy toy?
Yeah, this boy.
Like, he's like, I know this is a security
boundaries.
situation, and you're highly suspicious individuals of interest, but like, come on.
Yeah, but
Bear not. You are in like.
Terrorist.
Important note here, Jivka, you are in like the security nerve center. Do you want to roll a scrutiny during the activities to maybe like
Oh, fuck
catch
yeah.
a bit of what's
Nerve
going on?
I don't have to.
Does it get a negative? Can we have the boy toy
Yes,
roll
you
to
are.
impose a negative due to excellent performance?
No, you succeed, Jivka.
It wouldn't matter anyway.
You
Look.
see.
That's pretty accurate.
One thing really stands out to you. There is some sort of like large, like looks like it's labeled as an AI core that's in the basement, but there's not supposed to be a basement here. I don't know if Culliver mentioned that there's like an extra stop below where the stops are supposed to end.
Oh yeah,
On the
I
list.
messaged everyone.
I thought
on
we
the
all
Slack.
knew.
Yeah, okay, you
Yeah.
mentioned
Yeah,
that, but
I
yeah.
think you
So you
did.
know that seems where
Sorry,
it is. It all seems like there's other stuff going on down there, and you note several drone bleepies all down there.
There's a lot of
And-
things going on down there.
And you also see.
There's a lot of things going on down
Yeah.
there.
I would say that's about what you determine in the midst of activities with a one success on that scrutiny, unless of course you want to reach and.
Nah, I'm good.
All right, so yeah, you guys are in here. Finley, you've ingratiated yourself well. Raja is like, well, it should seem that the pressing security threat has passed, although we've of course reached out to the Trinity Marshals, and you're free to contact any Marshals you've been in contact with, of course. We welcome
Oh,
the
yeah.
Trinity's ardent dissent upon this location. Now then, if you'd care to perhaps tour the grounds, we do have a lovely grounds touring underway. Indeed, a lovely Highlands nature preserve tour activities all abounding. If you're interested in such things, and we have verified that your vessel is free of any sabotage or other considerations. So,
I would. Sorry, go ahead.
yes, Calgary?
I would really appreciate it if you let us finish our job.
And Raja says, you do understand that there was sabotage within 10 meters of where you were while you were working on that job, yes?
Yes, and you had security protecting us.
Yes, we certainly had security present to oversee events.
So, I mean, like.
Well,
look,
Colga,
I don't want to
Colga, you have
necessarily
a,
do that, but.
Colga, you have a great commitment to your craft, and I respect that. If you feel
I just
so
needed
strongly,
5 minutes to finish the test. Like, that's all I really needed.
If you feel so strongly about it, then Bright White Foam, I suppose we should have to oblige them. And Bright White Foam says, indeed. Well, I'm given to understand that the lift is performing better than it was. Thuthaka says, yes. The lift's really improved in its efficiency, and Thuthaka is not hiding suspicion as he says this, but he is admitting, yeah, it's a little more efficient. And basically, Viraja says, well, I'm sure Bright White Foam could accompany you and perhaps study what you do, Kalga. You could have this knowledge for reference in our own stores.
Sorry, what was the last part?
You could have this knowledge for our own stores.
Hey, Colgar. Keep it on the DL. These motherfuckers invaded the baby.
Like, yes, this is a problem. I understand. You have very
But,
significant
like,
feelings.
Yes, it is a problem. I am kind of miffed. Don't be helpful to them.
Roger says, well, I do believe that you are presently doing a job for which you will be compensated in luxury coupons upon completion based on performance. Yes, and given Colgar's...
scream about coupons.
Are you going to give us a good review if Colgar does divulge? Like, come on.
Of course we will report
We
that...
have Spacio.
Of course we will be indicating that the replacements did a wonderful job. Of course, assuming that Colgar's job continues to be wonderful.
Cause like, you know, if I were to give you a review, it would be not so great because you invaded my baby. But alright.
Well, that is greatly unfortunate. You must understand that security concerns meant that your life was of the utmost importance to me. And maintaining your security
concerns into your hands. Alright? You're not playing God here. You're not mother.
Of course. I am no deity. I am merely here for, they swirl their beverage, a wee bit of gaiety. And, of course, the preservation of my family's ancestral holdings. And, yeah, they kind of, like, look at you over the rim, like, I don't know.
I give them, like, the fuck you face.
Yeah, and after all this, Roger says, well, didn't you have another associate? And meanwhile, Zhivka, you're being associated, you and the boy toy in some configuration over, like, a security panel.
Yes.
Yeah,
How many buttons do they push?
There's some associate. Yeah,
I am associated.
Yeah, roll me a maneuver to not press any important buttons.
Hey, wait, that's what I'm good at.
What if you're all maneuver to press important buttons?
Yeah. You with that many, you could in fact maybe get away with a button per twist. You succeed. You get 2 deliberate button presses. You could try and maybe reset the drones. You could try and summon the current net of like transponders it's tracking. You could try and get an idea of how many personnel there are by looking at the IFF tag list.
Personnel number.
All right, and you got one other twist.
And reset the drones.
Okay, so the drones like bloop, bloop, and they've been reset. They won't quite be as active as they would have been, but you know someone will eventually notice this. And so. Yeah, after all that, you know, Story's like, oh wow, I haven't done it at work before. That's crazy. We should probably get back though because you know think stuff's going on, and he gets a little beep on his sleeve. He's like, "Oh yeah, I'm supposed to bring you back. We definitely just went for hash nuts, though, right?"
Yeah.
Yep. And
We got a few nuts. What?
and he blushes a little, and then you guys return. And yeah, at Culger's great insistence, they are gonna let you guys go back down and finish the job.
Great.
And
That's
Viraj
much better than before.
Druin kind of like flicks you a little like notification, and you feel like your slate is receiving a little like a little contact number, like, hey, maybe hit me up later.
Yes, this is the end. This is a success of the whole mission, everyone. We did it.
Yeah. So
All right. I do a little wink when I get that.
yeah, and they cock a brow and say, perhaps we'll have more scintillating conversation later. And Bright White Foam is coming, as are some war dancers. Like Thuthaka and another war dancer. There, and Aj, Raj is like, "Oh, Aj, I believe I have a task for you." And so she doesn't come back down. And yeah, we look at the facility interior map. With the cod face, so many people made these goddamn elevators work. I hope Foundry has a fucking elevator function, is all I have to say.
There is.
Holy
There's a-
shit!
There's a script for it.
I love that. Fucking.
You just gotta set it up. That's all.
You come back down. The door goes swoosh swoosh, and the door goes bing bing, and then it goes ding ding, and it goes walla walla bing bang, and before copyright strike can incur, you come and you see the orderly still standing stock still in the open doorway, and
fucking creepy.
then they lead you back to the room where everyone's keeping a really good eye on all of you and the head count of how many of you there are.
Well,
And your
it sounds to
current
me like I
position.
should just, chill.
Colger, roll
I
me.
resume my duties
Yeah.
as
Colger assistant. Yeah. Colger, roll me a maintenance with a modifier of 1 from the help of Blue East to finish trying the test. As this is happening, do you want to do a good job or do you want to gain extra information?
I kind of talk big, so I think I'm gonna do a good job and just.
Yeah, you do a good job. Efficiency
Can
is
I-
important.
Kinda
Can I also
almost
do a
in your
mechanics?
face. I'm doing such a good job. Like, fuck you
Well,
for-
Blue East, the way that the assist works is you're giving your
okay.
skill as a plus modifier to Colger.
Fair enough. Koga's just like, pull the lever, Kronk, and I'm just like, okay.
Yeah,
Koga's
so
like, roll the lever!
So Colger, everything is singing. You've increased it by 7% efficiency. Lights are all blinking. It's almost like the like all the lights and status displays seem to be tip-top shape, really. Receive information, get information out. It's a good job. It gives a happy hum. It seems your job is well done. Finley, Zhivka, what would you guys be looking at as that happens?
Oh, you know what I'm looking at.
I think you know what you like. Finley, what about you?
I mean, I'm probably trying to amicably chat with the guards.
All right, yeah, and they're like, oh, they're a little on edge compared to where they were before, but they're not. They're cordial. Blue East, you're watching. Roll me a systems.
You're reading my language.
And Culger also roll me a systems.
That's what I'm actually good at. Well, fuck that! No. I'm peeking. I'm gonna get some fucking shit from this.
What are we rolling systems for?
Fuck.
Noticing something. Blue East, some of the way that this machine is responding and the lights are coming on and the power is being routed without you having to like go and manually do anything at a circuit board or anything or call from sheets, it feels like it's not a simulated personality. It feels like there's a silent hand touching this beacon of blinking lights. Almost like there's a ghost in the machine. And
I know what that means.
yeah, so Culger, machine blink, good. That's great. You don't particularly pick up anything, but Blue East, you get a little sussy baka sense. With that, the job is done. You run your tests. It's like a half an hour after that. Like, so like It's been like an hour and 20 minutes, I'd say, since you guys arrived. What do you want to do?
All right.
Your purpose,
It's
your raison d'etre seems to have transpired.
We've stayed over our welcome. And
Yeah, I
while
think
I'm
Clover's
sure
just ready to
they would
leave.
love to hold on to
People are
us.
accusing him of not being a mechanic.
Mhm.
Colger, make sure to tell them bare minimum of what you've learned so as to get those.
Tell who?
credits. I mean, I don't know. Tell Foam. Tell Foam how to make the machine go good. I don't give a shit.
A
Sure,
bright
and I
white
go to,
foam
my
was
monotone,
watching.
like, I start listing out statistics of like, oh yeah, these are the settings. This is like the power level. Don't mess with it.
I have
Line comes
observed.
in after like every fifth like stat.
You know where to call us. You know, if you ever want our help again, here's our fucking card, okay? Now let's get the fuck off this island, bruh.
Yeah. Yeah. So all this happens. I'm gonna make a roll.
It is a fake number.
Out of character, we're definitely pushing our luck, right, guys?
I mean, yeah.
Finley, you get a buzz on your slate.
All right, I take a look.
You get a generic message saying, firmware update. Tap this to improve phone, and a weird string of characters.
Amazing.
That's sus.
Baka.
Yeah, you click it? You tap it?
No.
Alright, you don't tap it.
I can I roll a can I check it out? Can I try to figure out what's going on with it?
roll systems to figure it out.
You're being hacked, my dude.
Yeah, that was definitely a bottom of the barrel phishing attempt. And it was sent across the local mesh. So it had to be a device somewhere within probably 100 meters of you.
Well, I'm going to assume it's my new romantic interest trying to do a background check on me and think nothing more of it.
Alright,
Very poor assumption.
with that, you guys are prepared to...
Actually,
Mhm.
here's a dumber but maybe better idea. Could I make a virtual machine segmented inside of my phone,
Mhm.
accept the update within that virtual machine, which would only have, spick and spam contents?
Yeah, give me a
Damn, that's kind of cool.
give me a systems test with a modifier of 1 because you probably have like virtualmachine.exe ready to go.
All right, goes well enough.
You successfully do it, right? You have a twist. You could spend this twist being really covert about what you're doing on your phone, or you could spend this twist getting more information about what you're doing on your phone.
I think being more covert is the play here.
What?
Okay. What you notice here, it shocks you a little, and you wind up nudging Blue East, who gains 1 edge. You've noticed that there's something weird going on, Finley.
Oh, all right.
It's trying to corrupt any data that would have been recorded. So, like, it goes into the default photos folder and tries to fuck that up. And it basically causes it so that any recording that you've taken or will take is gonna be fucked up. Now, of course, it does this within the context of the virtual machine, and it's not really. It doesn't send a message back in any capacity. It doesn't even try to say like, oh, job complete. So it was definitely someone trying to scramble the contents of your slate.
Interesting. And no one else in the party got a little bleep bloop on their phone like this that I noticed.
Not that anybody heard. Not that you noticed.
Weird. All right.
And with that, do you guys get the lift and ascend and leave? And Kulger, you've just actually fixed up this lift and you haven't changed anything about its capabilities or done anything untowards.
No, Kulger wouldn't like deliberately sabotage machinery.
Yeah. All right. So you guys ascend back to the cargo bay level, and Bright White Foam claps Luis on the shoulder and says, "Rejoice! We will join you with your child."
Oh, thank fuck, finally. Mother be praised and all that, but, like, honestly, I feel like that was a bit of an invasion of trust right there.
And he says, "Haha! Trust and safety are sometimes friends." And,
That sounds like an adage you don't understand.
I am not one for adages. I am mostly in the business of subtraction.
I don't
get
Bright
it.
line foam, you card.
Yeah, so,
Riot.
the door opens and, you're back on the hangar level. With, like, big old stuff. People seem to, should be, like, waiting for you to come and go so they can get back to their work. A nozzle with some yellow paint, various containers all around. Workers and technicians all kind of looking your way, a little nervously. And they walk you back to your ship.
Brilliant.
And Bright White Foam is like, I hope you have a fine trip back to your vessel.
Oh, sorry, I'm probably not on the right map because I'm in as a GM still. Well,
Yeah, so, you guys just, all that's to do here is, like, unless you guys do something in particular, I assume you pile back onto the koi and take off, right?
I actually, before we go, I actually say, all right, Kulger, come with me. Let's us two do a run over of the ship. Everybody else, stay outside. I want to see if they fucked around with my baby.
All right, outside I'm
Kulger, you're
staying.
welcome to not do anything. I'm going to give a kind of a brief, I guess. What do you want me to do?
Roll a scrutiny to really give this place a once over. Twice over, even.
While that's happening, I want to ask the war
gonna
dancers around me. I'm gonna be like, so tell me about the boss lady. Like, she has some particular dish she likes,
And they're like,
flowers?
and one of them is like she, and the other one's like, oh no, you mean Vraja? Yeah, they like a lot of things. I mean, got fine
sorry, my
taste.
apologies.
They're all into the plants and such, And
All right,
one's
like,
oh yeah, they really like
any favorites?
They're like, oh, and they're like, oh, you coy devil, you, and they're like, oh yeah, I think she likes a mean impliwalk if you know how to work it. I think they know how to.
I pick up what you're laying down.
Yeah, so that's the Blue East's scrutiny. Kulger's scrutiny.
Yeah, I have two successes. Kulger also has 2 successes.
Yeah, so you guys succeed, and you both have a twist. What you could spend a twist to do this faster. You could spend a twist to get a +1 on similar tests in the future. You could spend it to show off as you do. I mean, what do you want to do?
I mean, like, I want to see if they
More info?
put any.
Be thorough?
Yeah, more info. Honestly, I want to be thorough.
I think Kulger's doing it just to see like how much like scratches, nicks, any new marks that are.
Kulger, it really doesn't seem like there's any new marks. They did definitely like toy with the hatch a bit to try and see what was up with it, but ultimately they were just like, it's just a weird hatch.
I do want to establish that this is actually a koi that Blue East brought in from her job before she was a Trinity, whatever the fuck she is.
And Kulger, Trinity Fleet Intelligence Officer. And
Exactly.
so but you both uncover, and I assume Blue East also is just thorough. You discover that like nothing else was tampered with, but access has been made to the comp mesh of your vessel.
Yeah.
Physical connection.
That's what I thought. All right. Well, we're gonna have to firewall this baby.
Blue East, when you notice that, you're like, fuck, and you wind up kind of like knocking something off of the dashboard, which takes Kulger unaware as he's face up in a bit like, is that a scratch or is this a bit of dirt? And then something clatters next to him, and he takes an edge.
Fuck. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. This whole thing's got me on edge.
I see what you do there.
Yeah, so that's what you determine.
All right. Well, that's good to know. That's good to know. I mean, like honestly,
yeah.
we're flying back to the ship.
Yeah, so you guys have done a thorough inspection of the interior of your spaceship. You've gone over everything inside of it, and you have verified that that was the only thing done inside.
Inside. Oh, okay.
I mean, once we get back to our ship, I think A, we're going to want to run through the electronics, and B, we're going to want to check the outside.
Yeah.
Tracking devices or any kind of.
I mean,
Yeah,
if they want to
there's
track us, go back to our ship. That's fine. They already know where our ship is.
All right,
Yeah, I mean,
Or
our
anything
ship's
like-
location is public knowledge, but everything other than that, we want to.
So you guys just pile board and leave at this point?
I think so.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, maybe we should check the outside just to be sure that they are not ballsy enough to put a fucking bomb on our ship.
I'm pretty sure they wouldn't.
Yeah.
That'd be very sussy.
That would be
Sussy
exceedingly
baka.
sus. Yeah, I didn't even think about it until Finley kind of like mentioned stuff that we can do back to the ship. But yeah, no, I think the play here is just fly home.
All right, you take off, you fly away. They watch you go. They love to see you come, but they also love to watch you go. And
Mostly just
I know
for
some.
show.
Yeah.
it's malapropism night at the Leland Bar, okay? So you guys zoom out, and Blue East, intersecting with your orbit, is presently going to be probably like another few hours, unless you take an inopportune ascent through some heavy clouds and cut the orbital. Yeah, you get a super twist. You do it, you fucking ascend through the clouds like whoosh. Culger, the ship sings despite the pressure on it, and you're impressed by just how little street seems to take. You guys make it back aboard your vessel.
Nice.
Now we check the exterior.
Okay, so do you guys want to go out in a spacesuit and check the exterior?
Sure. Yeah.
All right.
Fuck it. Why not?
Yeah, alright, so this is going to be a spacewalk. Who wants to spacewalk?
This is my child. I will go.
While they're doing that, I'm probably going
I
to check
can-
out the electronic systems. Make
I
sure
can
there's
spacewalk.
anything working in there.
Alright, Finley, do you want to attach your... do you want to use your spaceship and its considerable computing power to help you do this? We'll have Night Blossom do it, or do you just want to go in there and like root around with your hands and such?
I'm going to go in there and root around without a connection to the ship proper, because that
All
seems like very poor network security practice.
Alright, so and who's going on the spacewalk?
I'm going on the spacewalk. I'm trusting Finley to handle the computer stuff.
Alright, Jivka
I also
and
make
Louise
a
to suit
point
up.
to note that Finley should know that we were hacked into, and we should check that out.
Alright, and Kulger, what about you?
I mean, everyone's got everything covered so far. I think he's gonna be on standby in case something goes wrong with the shuttle,
Right.
but he's gonna stay inside for it.
Jivka and Blue East. You're making a spacewalk. That's not normally too tricky, but there are ribbed walls that expand, sort of like hug the sides of your shuttles.
Oh yeah.
But you're probably going to retract them to be able to look at the whole exterior. So that makes walking up and down and around it with your mag boots and stuff a little complicated, but it's under fine conditions. So I'd say both of you make me a maneuver with a modifier of 2.
Oh, nice. Nice.
Yeah, you both fucking are like popping tricks here. The next time you have a 0G roll, you get an automatic success on it. You both show off Blue East, and you have it evenly matched as you have basically the Chain Stars equivalent of a homoerotic Top Gun volleyball sequence.
Okay, this is
You're like-
actually kind of
Amazing.
hot.
You're out
Try to
here,
get-
you're like the rib wall just made back. You're like popping off the edge, like moving
Except-
around. You're getting good looks in. Both of you roll your scrutiny with a modifier of 1, as you just keep getting great angles as you're twisting around each other.
What were you saying, Vulture?
Huh? Oh, we're fully clothed though, unlike the Top Gun scene.
I mean, well, we're fully clothed in
It-
Trinity standard spacesuits, which, mind
Yeah.
you, look like what I'm wearing.
Oh, they look like less than what you're wearing in
They
terms
look like less than what I'm wearing.
I gotta be honest. If in the
we
Top
are-
Gear scene they were wearing Trinity standard spacesuits, it wouldn't have been allowed in theaters.
Yeah, it is.
Well, you see, our bodies are sealed from the
Space.
void of space, at least.
Yes, but our sensations are not sealed.
So,
For each other.
so,
Each other.
so in Colby, you're just tripping. You're like, you're chilling. You're like, I've done a lot. I've had a good day.
Yeah.
Or would you be in the hangar
You
as this
have,
happens,
actually.
or would you
You're
be like chilling out somewhere else?
Credits.
I think I'll be nearby the shuttle just in case like something happens.
All right, and Finley, roll me a
didn't do it.
systems. This is an older, kind of vessel, but they've modified it recently. But give me a systems -1 to like poking around here.
Will do.
All
All
right.
right.
So you do determine that it does seem like something has been done, although it's not like anything very overt, nor something that leaves a great amount of a trail. It almost feels like the system is dumber in some ways. Hard to explain.
Is there a memory leak? Is the joke I made at the very beginning of the session coming around?
God.
So you have two twists, right?
Yeah.
You can twist to gain further, so you can further diagnose how they did this, right? Further diagnose how they did this. Further diagnose what they did, or you can get good progress on fixing the problem. And the problem is overall, as far as you can tell, just like the Koi's computer is dumbed down.
I want further diagnosis on what they did. Because I figure fixing it, worst case scenario, I just factory reset the whole shit.
Mhm. And you have two twists, so you can pick two
And
of
that'll
those.
probably get rid of it.
All right, you have two twists. What's the other one?
I'm probably going to get good progress on fixing it as well.
Alright.
How, I figure, was just a process
Here's
of
what they
plugging
did.
in a USB stick.
Those friskers they brought on, one of them was a freaker. It was a freaking tool. And they used it to make a close range electron bombardment, which when run over sensitive parts of an internals of a comp mesh, can more or less do the equivalent of running a magnet along a hard drive.
Oof.
And they deliberately like sploosh it a little, but also it seems like they did it in part to make a cavity in case something were to want to come and nestle here, and such that it wouldn't set off too many alarms. Like it's almost like they've made ready an opening. Is what you get from your further diagnosis of what they did, and you get good progress in fixing the problem by mostly you hit factory reset on a bunch of stuff. But the thing is, it's going to take a long time. It's going to
What
take a
if
10 hours.
instead of fixing the problems, I lay a trap? I figure they're trying to stick some sort of AI in here, or VI, or SI. Who knows?
Simulated personality.
Sim, that's the word.
Or
To keep
FAI,
tabs
for
on us with a later infiltration time planned somehow. What if instead of this being a nice little cozy nest which nurtures it and grows it, it's a cage?
Nice.
All right, now bear in mind you'd have to dedicate your shuttle's processing point to that to be a permanent, like, constant running thing. But you could do it.
I mean, Blue East is good enough at piloting. She doesn't necessarily need the help of the processing point.
I mean, I'm going to call Blue East effectively and be like, "Hey, Blue East, what do you think? I can do this, and I think it's a good idea, but it's you're the
Oh yeah, no, fuck him up.
All right, roll me a systems
He
modifier.
invaded my
of one.
baby, and I obviously played that up for the audience, but like, fuck him.
Yeah. All right. So roll me a systems with a modifier of 1.
What a roll!
Why don't you? I mean, like, look, it's 12:30. We're gonna get a rest after this. Why don't you?
Yeah, I'm gonna
live a little on the edge.
push it, edge it.
There's literally nothing super bad that could happen.
Man.
Yeah, so you get a single success. You manage to put a cage around it, although it, a thinking machine with indefinite time and enough processing could break out. Jivka and Blue East, you're outside scrutinizing, right? You do a good scrut.
Yeah.
Here's what... So Jivka, you see the ship, you see that there is like a bit of the greeble on the top, looks a little different. Blue East, you note not just that, but also there's sort of been like a hairpin trigger put on it. It seems like some sort of a comms node. And it looks like it is set to go off the moment it is touched, or otherwise tampered with.
Comms node. Fun. Very fun.
You're not sure what it is from the interior, but the exterior looks like maybe some sort of mobile memory bank or communications array, but it doesn't have any antennas or anything, so it would probably have to be talking locally to something. Given the way it's pointed, it might be trying to talk to the ship, or would when activated. Could also maybe receive a long-distance signal.
That's where the little sim is. I bet.
Fascinating. Yeah, no. So I say, hey, Finley, how confident do you feel in your success there?
Now, this is one of those weird things of RPGs. I know how well I roll, and it's not great, but would Finley realize that, or would he just be
Finley
like, "I'm good"?
feels confident that this will initially hold, but depending on... If it's a sim that is just locally present and barely there and slides in, it could be held nearly indefinitely. If it is a full AI, it's a matter of time. If it's
I
either
messaged-
with access to a larger processing pool than anticipated, such as via a direct connection to some sort of a satellite network or some shit like that, or there's just a supercomputer, a quantum computer supercomputer on board of that thing on top of your ship, right? More than you're expecting, but not technically speaking impossible. Then, under those circumstances, it would be you would get the notification, and it would be a race against time, Finley, before they manage to trick their way out of this cage.
Alright, so I'm going to be ready for them, but I'm going to say, if it's a sim, I can hold it. If it's a full AI with significant processing, I'll do my best.
All right, Finley, we found the connection point. As soon as I tamper with it, it's going to presumably relay itself to you. Can you hold it off? Should I touch
I
it?
believe so.
Now, Finley, describe him what the scene looks like. Like, what's Finley wearing as he sits there on the console?
Wearing?
Damn, this is about to get sexy. This is about to get super sexy.
I mean, we were wearing the jumpsuits earlier, so he's probably like took in the jumpsuit. He's probably just nothing. He probably wouldn't bother to change into anything after the mission, and he's not gonna like
There's a little otter.
put on something else after taking off the jumpsuit. He's not gonna keep the jumpsuit on. But like, it's not unusual for Rash to wear nothing.
Yeah, it's not. And so you guys are chilling. Kulger's nearby. Finley's in there at the seat. Blue East and Jivka da 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 out there. And what's the play here?
Yeah, like a cute mess.
Are you going to go for the touch?
What?
Yes, I'm going to touch the butt.
All right, so Blue East goes in on this weird thing on the top. Jivka, you're also there on the spacewalk. You coming up here with her?
Yes.
Actually,
Alright.
wait. Yeah, no, I definitely confer with her before doing this, actually, and I kind of want her to be here. Maybe we both touch it at the same time.
Are you looking at each other like deep, longing eye contact as you both touch it at the same time?
Yeah, maybe it's that scene if she's interested.
Yes.
All right. So
All right, well, it's that scene then.
yeah, so you both go.
The thread inside me says yes.
You both go to touch it. It's like this casing. Under other circumstances, you might have been able to do something else with it, but just going for like the physical breach, you touch it, you peel it back, and you see underneath all these red blinking lights on this black honeycomb of like steel and glass, and immediately, Finley, you get a ping. The genie is out of the bottle, and here's the thing. It's still in the cage, but a ripple overcomes it. The koi briefly loses power as its reactor flickers, and Kulger, you hear an alarm as the airlock right next to you, still open, indicates that the koi is attempting to undock. And a millimeter of slorped umbilical is all that separates Finley and Kulger, to the best of my knowledge, not wearing spacesuits, from the void. So, with that, we end.
That's why he was asking what I was wearing. It was spacesuits. It wasn't seducing the AI.
Yeah.
Damn.
So, with that, I think it's time
Amazing.
for our stars before we raid for the night. How is it going, Dreamers? What's the situation? How are you feeling about our gaming this evening? I'm gonna start with Shin.
Hey, despite like the technical problems, I think we had a pretty good session. A lot of things were very interesting. It definitely felt like you had a direction that you planned for us to go, and we did none of that.
I mean, I made four. I made 4 levels of the facility, and I was like, I wonder what they're gonna do. And I didn't expect they did.
But overall, I think we lost sight of what we are supposed to do here. But I feel like everyone had a really good time doing whatever we wanted and kind of finagling at the just reacting to all the consequences. And I think that's a really good like session and moments that we had. That being said, I think it would benefit both the campaign and the players, especially me, if we could like off stream kind of like recap like just recollect ourselves the information we have and what we are ultimately trying to do.
Yeah, that makes sense. All right.
Yeah, that's my 2 cents.
So, Max, give me the star, the favorite moment, Max, of the night.
Favorite moment. I mean, I really liked it when Pat was unable to in character tell me anything, but was clearly trying to warn me against flying the drone out in the middle of the place. And then I did it anyway, and everything went terribly wrong. That was a pretty great moment.
I thought that you were going to wind up incidentally crawling into the vent where the spiders were, but it was so much better to have that happen.
Yeah, I mean, the vent network definitely... I thought it was going to lead me to more better places, but apparently not.
I'm really sorry for even suggesting that you took the vents because honestly, like I
was going to take them anyway. I saw them and I was like, vents, baby.
All right, Pat, hit me with it.
Yeah, no, this session was super fun. Like, I mean, like, I think Shin summed it up pretty well. Like, aside from thinking you had a plan for this, because let's be frank, you improv a lot. You make a lot of maps, and then you improv, and then that's always great. But like, yeah, no, I think everything you did this session in response to our actions was fantastic. You have strong characters in mind for these antagonists, and they're all very brilliantly developed. I mean, I loved the as Max called it out, Vader dinner scene, and I loved everything that you did. Like honestly, it was also just great to get to talk to the fucking antagonist and for Blue East to finally get her like moment to like be just an asshole.
Yeah, it was so great to really see Pat actually flex that muzzle because she's always so pleasant and nice when interacting with us normally.
And then she like goes full Karen, like, hey, call the police on your ass.
I just realized that what I said might have seemed really passive aggressive, but like it was supposed to be a
No,
joke.
I took that in the best of ways possible.
I want to make sure that the audience, I knew you knew well enough that it was a dumb joke. The audience, Pat's not a dick.
Yeah.
I want everyone to know this.
I'm a huge dick. Don't
Bulltrip.
Don't listen.
Bulltrip, what's that
Yo.
star? What's your favorite moment?
Besides the obvious one.
The obvious one? What was the obvious one?
Oh, you know.
I can't, not
Terms of service.
Yeah,
The moment
that
I'm
one.
getting to that really
Um,
delicious crunchy cracker, the seed cracker, that best moment.
honestly,
Traditional bread.
Oh shit.
watching Finley try to solve his little burning wreck of a drone, it's fiasco, and him just going into stuff is great. It's really funny to watch. His little
Wunderbar.
fire. Yeah, I don't know. Yes.
Well then, I think that's everybody. I'm gonna raid Malay Saito, and thank you everyone who came out tonight for doing so.
Thank you all for coming out. Bye.
Fairly well, dreamer. Until next time, dream on. I mean.